Hello, I'll call to order the City Council meeting on June 9th for the City of Lafayette. For the record, all council members are present. And do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, the land acknowledgement statement. Do you have it in front of you?
It's-
We do it after closed session. I'll do the land acknowledgement after closed session. All right. So we will, oh, that's right, thank you. We will go now into the closed session and be back at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
We need to ask for public comment, and I have no participants in the meeting hall or no persons attending virtually.
Okay.
You're good to go.
All right, well, we came out of closed session with no reportable action. So now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, since it's the first meeting of the month, we have our land acknowledgement statement. So we acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They stewarded it and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. So thank you. Next is public comments for items not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor Kendall, we do. Our first speaker is Catherine Wingura. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, City Council. Good evening. Thank you for this process where we get to public comment. I mean, thank you to our country, I guess, as well. My name is Catherine Winogura. I'm a longtime 30-year plus Lafayette resident. And as you might recall, I've been here at the City Council meeting a couple of months ago to talk about the petition that went around to ask the City Council to look at and have concern over the safety issues regarding the protesters that are out in front of Lafayette Elementary almost every day, and the particular aspect of our concern in the petition, which I read here, and we have 415 signatures now of mostly Lafayette residents. The particular concern is really over the safety. It's not about the First Amendment issue. We know that that is super important, and we believe in that. I believe in that, and the community does. And so we asked you to address, and then I understand, I just want to say that exists and there's a lot of community concern. Recently, about a month and a half ago, I was in an online meeting where you, Susan Kendall, the mayor, were at that meeting, and you were updating a group of us on kind of where things stand and that the First Amendment issue kind of stands, and it's hard to kind of work around that. At that meeting, I made a comment to you with in front of everybody else saying, but what about the harassment issues and the safety issues, the almost traffic accidents, and the testimony from the crossing guard that I think has been regularly given to you, and lots and lots of kind of testimony and examples to you around kind of safety and harassment. And your response was, really? That was how I heard it, was, really, is that going on? Because we don't have enough documentation on that. And if that's going on, you need to give it to us so that we can actually see in front of us where the safety issues are. I then brought that back to the community of activists that I'm working with, and there was kind of shock there, because the feeling is that this has been brought to the City Council with examples, not just we don't like what they're saying and it gets in the way, but really like children being confronted and talked to, and parents being harassed, and almost traffic accidents. I heard about one that happened about 3 weeks before school ended, and a car was slowly going, somebody witnessed as a pedestrian, witnessed a car slowly going by and distracted looking at the signs, and they slammed on their brakes right before hitting an adult pedestrian and her dog. So that is, my request is, could you at some point address the fact that this has been brought to your attention, and what do you need from us to have it better laid out from you? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lisa Disbro, followed by Rob Stern.
Okay, great. All the lights are going, right? Okay, I see there, oh, great, it started. Okay, so I want to point out that the petition that was mentioned from the community is signed by about 400 people out of a community of 25,000, and that the police disputed all of the concerns about safety, and that there are only 3 reports, crime reports, and all 3 are of people harming me. I want to switch gears and talk about last year and this year in the content of ideology. We've taken up 6 council meetings talking about my protests. That's sad, when I clearly have the First Amendment right, and you understand, based on your attorney's information, that I have that right. I want to point out that you shut down at least 8 speakers trying to talk about the purpose of the protest. And you said it wasn't in your purview. Yet today, all of you were over at Lafayette Square raising an LGBT QIA plus flag. And I wonder how that's in your purview. Thirdly, the California flag, which should be on the pole, has been replaced by the LGBT flag. The LGBT flag does not represent the community because there's been no vote, no election over it, and I think that would be unconstitutional, and I think I remember you taking an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I also want to point out that here at the last 2 meetings ago, you had the DEI chairperson speaking about coordinating with both Lafayette Elementary and Akalani's High School. Yet when I wanted to bring up, and those 8 other people wanted to bring up school issues, you cut us off. So I want to say that I have a pamphlet for each of you. It's Gender Affirming Care, The Myths of. Gender dysphoria is a condition in which a person feels incongruent with their biological sex, causing extreme psychological distress. It goes on from there, talking about anxiety disorders, eating disorders, autism spectrum, childhood trauma. And it goes on to talk about social transitioning, which is definitely happening in all of our schools because they have a confidential gender plan that they do not share with the parents unless the child indicates, the minor child indicates that's their wish.
Rob Stern's going to be followed by Sandra Vickers-Webb.
Yes, good evening, council members. In anticipation of the council deliberating on the upcoming city budget, I wanted to again renew my request. First, I want to express appreciation for the ongoing partnership that the city council has with the.
This is an agenda item?
It is not.
The budget is? Correct? Yeah.
I thought it was an update on.
No, it
youth aid.
actually is an agenda item. We are going to go actually over the budget today.
And would the crossing guard issue?
Yes, it is
fall
on
into-
that item.
All right.
So,
We'll
thank
call
you.
you
Sorry,
back.
Rob.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
call you
you.
back to the
Yeah,
podium.
please come back at that one, or call in.
Sandra Vickers-Webb, followed by Sandra Vickers-Webb, that's it.
Hello, my name is Sarah Vickers-Webb, and I'm here to talk a bit about the LES crossing guard situation. To begin, however, I would really like to thank you all for your role in raising the flag today. It meant a lot to me as a non-binary trans person and just as a person in general. What I would like to speak about.
Can you bring the microphone a little closer?
yeah.
Thank you, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
No,
I'm not talking about budget.
no.
It's okay. It's fine. When I came here a few weeks ago, I guess 2 months ago, when they first brought up the petition, and I actually ceded my time to somebody else so that they could speak, because I wanted to finish them going over what things were. So I wrote an email afterwards, based on my observations at the meeting, and I was thinking about reading it right now, because it involved how it made me feel that night. Dear City Council members, my name is Sarah Vickers-Webb, and I attended the City Hall meeting on April 14th, 2025. My family and I moved to Lafayette in 2021. My children attend Burton Valley Elementary. I would like to share my experience and reaction to the meeting. The meeting was very difficult for me, and not for the exact reasons I expected. I was prepared to hear hateful comments from certain participants, and while the statements are cutting and painful, I was more upset by some of those made by the City Council. While I understand the city's concerns about litigation, the immediate questions about how much will this cost were tone deaf and hurtful. Yes, this could cost litigation costs, but so would the deaths and lawsuits of those hit by cars due to the traffic caused by these signs. Shortly after the meeting, I was outside LES and heard the crossing guard outside LES ask someone to move from the crosswalk who refused. The most chilling part of the meeting was at the end of the discussion, hearing the mayor say, "This is a big, tough issue." Is protecting the lives of pedestrians, crossing guards, and drivers a big, tough issue? Is protecting a vulnerable population from emotional abuse a big, tough issue? Is protecting school children from harmful distraction before school a big, tough issue? Is potentially saving the lives of trans kids who are self-harming as a result a big, tough issue? I'm just going to finish really quick. Abusers don't stop when others look away.
You should have more time.
Oh,
I don't know why that went
didn't
off.
understand. Okay, yeah, I thought it was kind of quick. According to a recent study, anti-trans laws have caused up to 72 increase of suicide attempts among trans and non-binary youth. I can assure you that seeing government fail to act against transphobic predators is harmful as well. Regarding the lack of calls to the police this year as compared to last, the only reason I've not been calling the police regarding the protesters this spring, including when the protesters went onto school property, is because I've completely lost faith in the police to do anything to protect trans people after what happened last year. Last year, I called the police after Lisa Disbrow held a sign identifying particular individuals at Stanley Middle School by the way they were dressed, as owls and cats. Regardless of how these kids identify, there's documented evidence against violence towards people that's then put onto social media that other people can see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitchell Foster.
Hello, can you hear me? Good evening. My name is Mitchell Foster. I go by they, them pronouns. I am a non-binary working class millennial member of Lafayette, and I have lived here for 8 months. I am a member of the La Morinda community, not just because I live in Lafayette, but also because I go to work as a full-time staff member at St. Mary's College of California. I am the director of the Intercultural Center at St. Mary's College, and I am also a member of the Bay Area chapter of the National Federation of Filipino American Association, as well as the Lafayette DEIB group. Having moved from Washington, D.C. to the Bay Area after assuming my current full-time position at St. Mary's College, I chose to live in Lafayette because it was a more manageable community to be a part of that enjoys a quiet and calm and disconnected location, but also an area that finds easy access to the goings-on in the East Bay and San Francisco. Me and my partner of 4 years, who is here with me today, enjoy the ability to leave the car at home and take the BART to SFO Airport when we're visiting family and friends in the East Coast. In my 8 months here in Lafayette, I have seen how the community shows up for queer issues and particularly rallying behind trans non-binary issues. As a visibly non-binary person, I do not have the privilege of blending in with my cisgender counterparts. In today's political climate, it is so much more important for me to know that I could engage in a mundane activity like walking down my street and be safe from assault and or harassment. It is really disheartening to see that there are those in this community who protest trans identities as if these identities are chosen by the people who hold them. As someone who is Filipino, my transness doesn't only exist within the modern and contemporary discourses of gender or within the contemporary and modern context. My identity is also that of my ancestors who held gender nonconformity in a high regard, so much so that the babaylans of the Philippines, who were sometimes gender nonconforming people, were not only accepted, but were given important roles in their tribes and communities as healers and dream interpreters. I commend the City Council for supporting LGBTQ+ rights, and I urge you to be unwavering in this commitment, no matter the political challenges. Trans and non-binary folks are just as important members of this community as everyone else. I would also like to add that another reason why I chose to live in Lafayette is the easy access to public transportation through the County Connections shuttle to my place of employment at St. Mary's. Not only do I get to work to get to work safely, I also get to see my students and colleagues in the shuttle frequently, those who live in La Morinda and those from neighboring towns and cities. This is a benefit that I enjoy as a member of this community, and I would like to request the City Council to look into other opportunities to make public transportation more accessible to other neighboring communities like Walnut Creek, Concord, without having to utilize SPART. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no additional speakers in the Don Tatson Community Hall, and there are no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Great, thank you. I want to make a quick public comment, is that we were at the flag today, and we weren't able to actually raise it, but it is actually raised at this moment. We were able to fix it. So, thank you. So, city manager's update.
I believe Narup is giving that to us virtually.
Yes, I know.
There you go.
Good evening, Mayor Kendall, Vice Mayor Andurian, members of the council. My apologies for not being there in person, but I'm glad I can participate. Given that I'm out of town, I do not have a city manager's update this evening, but I am available for the budget items and the work plan items. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the explanation, and thank you for being with us tonight. All right, first, so now do I have a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
I'll move.
Oh, no, or do we have anybody that wants to pull anything from the consent calendar? Sorry, ask that first.
I have a hand raised in our virtual audience.
Okay.
Sarah Lind, and I believe she wants to pull the minutes. Sarah, if you could unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, yeah, I mean, it's just a quick correction to the minutes with regard to my statement. So I don't know if I need to pull it or just ask
Yes.
to make the correction.
No, we can pull it. Thank you. We will do that. And it'll come up
Okay.
later in the agenda. You can see in the agenda where it'll come back to us.
All right, thank you.
All right, so do I have a motion to adopt the agenda without item A?
I'll move adoption. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. So make sure I pull item A at the end. Make a note here. Wow, it's way down, sorry. From consent, we have to pull the minutes. Okay, so now we are back up to staff reports, and is for Narup and the city manager Amala to announce the city council vacancy.
Thank you, Mayor Kendall. I'll go ahead and present the staff report tonight. As you're aware, on May 27th, Councilmember Dawson announced her resignation, which was effective June 1st. She served on the council from 2020 through June 1st of 2025. Her seat will expire on November of 2028. This staff report is to discuss the next steps for the council to fill the vacancy. By government code, you are required to fill the vacancy within 60 days of its occurrence. We have created a process. You adopted a resolution back in 2019, as we have had, unfortunately, numerous vacancies since that time, on how to fill the vacancy. And the process that we have used is in a situation such as this, where the term won't expire till 2028, you will fill a vacancy until November of 2026, which is when the next regularly scheduled election will occur. That's per our municipal code. So this position will be filled till that date. Then on that ballot, there will be a 2-year term that someone can apply for. So there'll be 3 seats up in November of 2026. 2 of those will have 4-year terms, and 1 will be this 2-year term that we are discussing. And then the resolution that you approved back in 2019 calls for a process where you declare the vacancy, which is what we are recommending tonight, direct the city clerk to advertise the vacancy for no more than 2 weeks and accept applications. And then you will schedule an interview to occur such that you can adopt a resolution after you've interviewed candidates to fill the vacancy within 60 days. We are recommending that you set a date of either July 15th, 16th, or 17th to schedule interviews, and then you will fill the vacancy by no later than July 30th, which will be the 60th day. So you can do that. In the past, you have held your interviews and then appointed that person that night such that they are ready to fill the vacancy immediately.
Sure, okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, go ahead. I do too, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize for not calling and asking this, but I know that the language talks about the next election, November 3rd, but in reality, what we've done, council members who've been appointed serve until the changeover council meeting. We don't say that someone's off the council on November 3rd and they can't come to the second meeting in November, and then we have a new council member in December. So do we just interpret this language as meaning the first meeting after the certification of the vote?
Correct. They serve until the vacancy is correct. So as you pointed out, if the election is at the beginning of November, then the county needs to certify the election results. That usually happens by the end of November, and then you swear the person in along with the other 2 positions at usually your first meeting in December. So that's when the transition will
So
happen.
you're confident if somebody
Yes.
challenged the
That's what we have done.
participation? Okay,
Correct.
thank you. And then second question, just to confirm, I think that the last 2 times we did this, we set a date, but we also
Had a-
upfront identified
Thank
a
you.
second.
100%, I would
Okay.
highly
So we can-
recommend.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're on the same page. Thank you.
I remember the same way.
Right, so just to follow up on that, because I know there was, being a recent participant in this process. So the fact is, we're going to set one night, but there could be a second night. But just to confirm, it could be on the first night, the decision, and that's totally acceptable.
Correct. You could, if you'd like, you could set 2 nights with just kind of the second night being just in case, but if you are ready to appoint someone after the first night, that would be your pleasure.
But the recommendation here is just do the one night, and we'll do the second night if needed.
I think that's what occurred last time, so we set it up as one night. just
I think
following
there
the
was some,
last.
I think there was some ambiguity that it was going to be, there was 2 nights, it was unclear if the first night, so I think this is cleaner, much cleaner, I will agree.
And you could always, I mean, you could say you're going to do it on one night and then decide you need a second night and continue it forward. As long as you appoint before July 30th is really the critical.
But if we, I think going in, though, we did identify 2 nights the last time.
Yeah,
I think we did
Because if
too.
we don't do that,
have to
and we
notify.
want a second night, then we have a 48-hour
Correct.
notice requirement?
Special
counsel,
meetings are
24.
24 hours, but it just may have been, given that it's the timing and having 4 of you be available, it may just be better to identify 2 nights in case
In case.
you need it.
Thank you.
Any other?
A question. So the November election, I get that, but there's a primary next in 26 also, I believe. So is it set up where it's the next election, or is it November?
It's the ordinance calls for the next regularly scheduled municipal election, so that's going to be the November.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor, I have a public comment from Jennifer Paul.
Just waiting for the clock. I'm just waiting for the clock. Okay, I'll just start. Good evening.
With Councilmember Dawson's resignation, Lafayette faces its 5th city council vacancy in 9 years, 2016, 2019, 2021, 2024, and 2025, a frequency that is now surpassing regular elections. Last year, I stood here and raised concerns about the lack of a formalized process for filling vacancies, and that was when we were just at 4 in 8 years. At the time, Vice Mayor Kwok's view was that vacancies were, quote, not too common, end quote. And that, unfortunately, I believe, led to inaction. But the current situation demands a transparent, structured approach to restore resident trust. While Lafayette's policy provides guidelines, it lacks a defined process, the steps, and the procedures, the instructions. The 2024 appointment process exposed issues such as inconsistent interview questions, a rushed 11 p.m. decision without discussion, and no online access to the meeting. While I completely support the city's plan to announce the vacancy, advertise for 2 weeks, draft the questions, schedule interviews in July to ensure that we meet the government deadline, that's fine. But I believe to prevent further ambiguity, I would urge the council to hold a public meeting to establish a lasting framework. While ideally this would be wonderful, it could be a task force, I understand that due to the short time because of Councilmember Dawson's abrupt departure, we have at minimum at this point, I think, a chance for the council to hold a meeting by the beginning of July and receive resident input to ultimately discuss and decide the following. 1, what is the method to narrow candidates after the initial interview? 2, what is the criteria for second round interviews? And decide ahead of time if you will hold them, which I really, really encourage you to do. 3, whether questions beyond a predetermined list are allowed. This was a huge issue last time. 4, ensuring meetings are recorded and accessible, which did not occur last time. 5, prohibiting late hour decisions, which I believe will avoid rushed outcomes. These steps will enhance fairness and transparency. Thank you for your service and your prompt consideration.
Thank you. Can you email that full list to us?
Yeah.
That would be great. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, could I ask a
Of course.
a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing.
Yeah.
It'd be very helpful to have that, but I'm just curious. If 3 out of the 4 council members have a first choice, what is the reason for a second night of interviews?
It didn't really go that way, and I sent a lot, and I sent a long email last year describing how it went down, and it's about the process, not the person. It's about the process. That it didn't go that way, and I can send you my email again to clarify that.
Okay. Please do.
Is that not helpful, Councilmember Ndori?
Well, I'll just say I was there, and there were 3 council members who had a first choice, and I still don't understand why we would have a second night of interviews if there's a
Sure.
super majority that's in favor of a candidate.
There was some ambiguity at that time.
There were
and
3 votes for a particular council member. I'm not sure how that was.
I'll go ahead and I'll resend that email to you.
Okay.
Please do.
Thank
We
you.
can clarify everything. Sure.
Thank you.
And we'll make it public.
Thank you. Any more?
No additional speakers at this time.
Mayor, if I could also just add what I failed to mention in my oral staff report, the additional recommendation is to direct the mayor and vice mayor to draft interview questions.
Yes, that is in your recommendation for us to
Correct.
deliberate tonight. Okay, so does anybody else have any questions?
I guess I'll make a comment, no questions.
Okay, all right, so let's go through these 4 items, I guess. So announce the vacancy of the city council, I believe we've done that. Direct the city clerk to advertise the position for 2 weeks and accept applications until 1 week prior to the first interview. Any comments on that?
I want to go back to the first one. Is there
Okay.
any difference between saying announce and declare? Is there a legal word
No.
necessary? Okay.
Okay, great. So now the second one. So it looks good, all right, all right. So direct the mayor and vice mayor to draft interview questions for consideration by the council at the June 23rd meeting. Does anybody have any questions, concern? Okay, great, we will make sure we do that. And then lastly is schedule an interview date on July 15th, 16th, or 17th. I'm thinking that we want, if we are all available, if everybody could look at their calendars, if the 15th and 16th, we should just schedule those, and then, you know, hopefully, maybe we won't need them, but I think we should schedule both. That would be my suggestion. Is everybody available on those days?
I'm available all 3 days.
Okay. Okay, we're checking.
Yes, I'm available. I think as a comment, though, I think it has to be clear. I think to Ms. Paul's comment, I mean, we have to be really clear. We could schedule the 2 days, but we may only need one under the current process. So I think it does have to, because it is, I think it's confusing if we are not very explicit on what our expectation is. So.
Right, and so let's
acknowledge
address her questions after we kind of go through this, and then we'll keep the item open for a second. You're available to 15th and 16th?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so we will, let's schedule for the 15th and 16th for the interviews. So do I have a motion, but let's keep the item open for discussion with the other comments. So do I have a motion to adopt, or is that enough direction? Do we have to vote on those?
I think I have the direction. One thing I wanted to clarify, Mayor, is that I think the last time when the interview questions were drafted, they were brought back at the interview date and discussed just prior to the interviews.
We did, I agree.
So that maybe the candidates didn't have as, had to be a little bit more spontaneous. So you could do that, or alternatively, you could just bring it back at the next public meeting, whatever your pleasure is.
I think let's get them out early. I like the June 23rd. And then also right beforehand.
Well, I have a preference for doing it just before the session on the July 15th.
So you don't want people to have to think about it.
Right.
And get the scripted answers for too long before.
It's really your pleasure.
Well, I don't have a strong preference on that.
This is why we get a suggestion that we should have a
I
process.
think the last time we did it at the meeting.
Correct.
Before the meeting.
That's why
We
wanted
have
to
done it that
clarify.
way, yes.
I think you've typically done it right before the meeting.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to clarify.
And we do take changes to them at that point.
Exactly. You have a discussion amongst the whole council, so you can make modifications, but it allows for a more spontaneous, I think, interview process.
Okay?
Somebody who I will just comment, as somebody who went through it, that's preferable.
You think so? Okay, all right. So we're going to modify the third one, and we will draft questions, but we'll bring them back just at the July 15th
Yeah.
meeting.
'Cause I think the way that worked, I think there were changes
There were.
to what was
We did.
suggested. Yeah.
I remember that, okay. The July 15th meeting. Okay, we'll bring them back at the July 15th meeting for review before the interviews, just to be clear, okay?
Okay, and just in terms of what we're approving in the motion, it would be July 15th and July 16th if necessary.
Correct. All right, do I have a motion on that?
Actually, Mayor Kendall?
Yes.
Just a question. So as the drafting the questions that's all good. So would the other two council members have a chance to look at the questions beforehand? Or is it right there at
see
that
them
prep session?
Oh, I think I was another council member at that time. I think we got them in advance.
Yeah.
I remember coming with suggestions.
That'd be helpful.
Yes.
So then they would be part of the packet for that meeting.
Oh,
So you could either, you could, if they were prepared in advance and the rest of the council wants them in advance, they would be part of the packet, so all the public would have them. Alternatively, if I'm making this up, if the meeting starts at 5 and you allot half an hour to discuss the questions, they could be passed out to the whole council at the meeting and the public. But then you wouldn't have them in advance.
What would you guys prefer?
I really like the spontaneous, I mean, I gotta tell you, the spontaneous answering of the questions. I mean, you kind of know anyway, just
Yeah.
speaking from experience, you kind of know, but I think there is something to be said for not having a lot of time to like prepare a script for every answer. I just really think there's something about that, because you know the kind of questions. It's not
Yes.
totally obvious.
Yeah,
Are you okay with
I
that?
like the spontaneity also, so if we just could meet beforehand, and that's
we will.
fine. I'm fine with that.
Right, we will have like half an hour before, right, for discussion. Okay. All right, so are we okay with this process? Do you want to vote? We don't have, that's enough?
It sounds like we had a motion.
Okay.
Maybe, so to clarify the fact that the second date is only as needed.
Right. Okay, all right,
But we need a motion, right? So moved.
okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So keeping this item open, can we discuss the possibility of, or do we have to put that later in our agenda item to discuss under the council member meeting minutes about creating a formal process?
I think that would be a new agenda item that you could discuss at the end of the meeting about whether you wanted to bring that back.
Okay, so we will bring it back at the end of the meeting.
I would
Because
like
this
to
was specific to filling this vacancy as opposed to creating an additional process.
I actually would like to make just a comment on this process, just again, reflecting back on the feedback we got after the process, the last one we had. Just I think for the record, we got to be pretty clear, it doesn't matter if the person has run an election before, has been a city council member before, or anything like that, right? We kind of look, whoever comes forward is going to come forward in the context of the interview, right? Because I think there might have been, not confusion, but certainly assumptions, so I just want to kind of put that on the table.
Well, the other thing I'll mention, just in clarifying things, the 2019 resolution goes out of its way to say whoever's appointed can run for their position. The next election goes without saying, you can also run for another position in the next election.
Good
That's a
point.
good point.
So thank you, everybody, for contributing on that item, and thank you for we will bring that up later in the agenda to put that, to get the process on a future agenda. Thank you. Okay, so next up is Narup and City Manager Tracy Robinson and Administration Services Director for the work plans for 25-26.
Thank you, Mayor. As background, on March 7th, the council held a special workshop to review current priorities and also assess the city's financial outlook, staff capacity, and establish priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. You did identify 3 priorities, and following that council workshop, the department heads met on March 28th and identified projects that aligned with your priorities. And we listed key tasks, including unfunded state mandates that we are required to complete in the upcoming fiscal year. This work informed the development of the draft budget that you will be considering later on in this agenda. Before you this evening are the work plans for the 5 city departments, and all the tasks are funded either through the general fund, grants, or other sources. And staff recommends the approval of the work plans as presented, and also that a mid-year review be conducted in December to align with the adoption of the final budget. Tracy and I, and if department heads are present, we are all here to answer questions.
Great, thank you. All right, so does anybody have any questions? I did actually. There was, we have in our department work plans, we've got this lawsuit, the Housing Action Coalition lawsuit. And it was said that the planning department might have to be putting a bunch of work in there. How does that fit in if all of a sudden there is a bunch of work to be done?
as you can tell, and I apologize, I don't know if Greg's in the audience,
Mhm.
but the planning department work plan has been pruned down considerably. The main emphasis this year is getting the housing element work completed, all the implementation tasks. If staff finds that the lawsuit is taking more time, we will return to you to remove tasks from the work plan. I will ask Mala if there is an anticipated timeline to determine when staff will be heavily involved in the litigation
Got
or in
it.
the preparation for the litigation.
Okay, got it. And then also, sorry, there was a color coding in the housing element table, and I was, you don't have to give this answer now, but if maybe it doesn't, like basically the percentage complete doesn't really match the color coding in the table. So maybe at some point, if we could get an update of that with probably a better
The
matching.
legend, I actually.
Or
a
better legend or
I
something.
understand there was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was hard to follow. It didn't add much to the narrative. I agree.
Right,
because of that.
and so maybe a little cleanup on that, and that can come back, whenever.
Certainly, we will add that to an upcoming agenda.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, okay.
Quick question. Has the suit that was referred to been served?
It has.
Okay, and what's our deadline for answering?
I don't have that right now, but I can follow up with you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No, okay. Do you have any public comment on the work plans?
We have no public comment at this time, Mayor Kendall.
On the work plans? Yes. Oh, okay, you were asking about, do I have 3 minutes? And also, you have 3 minutes on each item. Yeah, so please come up, come up. Yeah, no problem.
Good evening. My name is Peter Lingane. I live at 852 Ocampo Drive. I want to talk about Goal 5 in the work plan, which seeks to use the housing element to increase the proportion of Hispanics, Blacks, and African Americans in our community. I'd like to start off by saying I have 3 Hispanic grandchildren, so I suspect I don't have a tremendous animosity to Hispanics. I'm looking at Jim. When we bought our house in Lafayette, there was a clause that says we couldn't sell it to an African American. And my wife was sufficiently incensed that she had that clause removed. So I'm suspicious we don't have any animosity towards African Americans as well. Now, we could have changed our deed to say we could only sell to an African American, and that would have been positive discrimination. And it would have been intended to overcome the historical negative discrimination. Our courts seem to be moving towards a consensus that both positive and negative discrimination are unlawful. I don't know if you know David French. He writes in the New York Times, a former litigator, and a rather thoughtful individual. Anyway, he curiously enough had an article yesterday on this very topic. He discussed positive discrimination in the Ohio case, and he concluded that it's likely unlawful to use skin color or other group characteristic as a proxy for historical injustice. Goal 5 of our housing plan calls upon Lafayette to take meaningful actions that overcome patterns of segregation. Goal 5 seeks to use the power of government to discriminate in favor of Hispanics, Blacks, and African Americans based solely on the color of their skins. Goal 5 is well-intended, but it is likely unlawful. I ask the City Council to direct staff to remove Goal 5 and its associated work plans from the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, great. So I said, any other public comment? On the work plan? If you need to fill out a speaker slip and come up to the microphone if you would like to speak. The problem is the people in the audience can't hear you, so we need to be on the microphone. Not a problem. And if you could announce your name, that would be helpful.
Sorry, my name is Kent Grigg. What else?
Can you closer to the microphone, if you could? Thank you.
I most likely misunderstood what the gentleman was saying because I was fidgeting. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a condition. I've just gotten back from the hospital. They injected my eye and the lights are killing me.
I'm sorry.
So if it's okay, I'd like to put this hat back on so that I don't get the glare from the ceiling. I thought I heard him saying that the existing legislation that would make it easier for blacks and Hispanics to move in, I thought he said it was discriminated against them. Did I hear him did he misspeak, or did I really hear him say that it would discriminate against them? I thought the intention of it was to give them a little bit of favoritism, in which case the argument would be made by people on another side of the political spectrum that would say that lately they've been saying that discriminates against whites. Now, is they're going to cause that kind of lawsuit? I'm curious if I correctly understood the gentleman. Sorry, thank you.
No, thank you. And if you could fill out a speaker slip, that would be great.
It's filled out over there.
Oh, even better. Oh, for another item, but you've got it copied. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So do we have any other questions, or do we want to approve the work plans? One more. Okay.
I see Robert Lavoie's hand is raised in our virtual audience, so I do believe he wants to comment on this
Okay.
item.
Thank you.
Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. I would just like to second Peter's comment. I had that concern during the development of the housing plan, and I think Nick Warnoff has written quite a few comments on that as well. That there's no way that reverse discrimination can be legal, and it could put the city at risk for lawsuits. So I hope that you'll follow his request. Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional speakers at this time, Mayor Kendall.
Great. Okay, so we're back to deliberation. Do we have any other questions, or do we want to approve the work plans as presented? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the department work plans for FY 25-26 as presented.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Great. Item 13B, consider whether to market the Campana property for sale.
Tracy will be handling this item, Mayor.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so basically, we have conferred with our Realtor, Joe Kuvatakis at Cumberledge, regarding putting the Campana property for sale, put it on the market at $3.8 million. So basically, what we're asking for from you tonight is just the ability for the city manager to go ahead and sign an agreement and to allow Mr. Kuvatakis to start marketing that property immediately.
All right, do you have any questions?
I may provide a little more background, I guess, since I don't know if we want to do that. Vice Mayor Dury and I were on the subcommittee, I guess, that looked at the property. I think the staff report does a good job outlining the issue, but just to kind of reiterate, I think for the public, this was not a decision made, with any haste or ease. It's disappointing. I think the original purpose of the purchase of the Cabana property was as part of a multi-step process to eventually have a whole kind of open parking, transportation kind of link behind the Plaza Way buildings and businesses and potentially, you know, having housing. I mean, there was a kind of a nice vision on there. But as staff report mentioned, the city accomplished the first objective, which was getting the Campana building, but we were stymied through a variety of means with both the McNeil property next door, as well as the inability of the Park Theater Trust through state law changes to dispose of the fourplex behind. And so the having the Campana property by itself as its only kind of link in the chain was kind of untenable. To be fair, as Tracy mentioned, the fact that we've had interest in the property, which you know, was a pleasant surprise, kind of led us to like, well, let's go ahead and try to and see what the market would be. So that's just additional commentary on the purpose, but just to say it was kind of disappointing that the original vision didn't work out, and we're trying to see what the options are.
Thank you for adding that. It is helpful. All right, so any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question, and sort of related to this, this whole concept of the plaza overlay, which I gather this was a key piece until state law kind of upended it. As I recall, there's a plaza overlay update in the works.
Mm-hmm.
Could any of that relate to this property? I mean, I want to make sure that we're looking at this in the context of the overall plan. So I'd just be curious, I don't know where that's going, but maybe a question for staff, but does the plaza overlay update relate to this, or could it?
I think you can consider this the plaza update.
Okay.
So are we not going to do a plaza overlay update? I know.
I'll defer, but there's not much
else
more
to
to say.
do. Right, since we don't
If
have
we-
those properties.
Yeah, it
Right, okay.
very difficult to realize the vision.
But thank you for asking that. But I think that is, all right. All right, do we have any public comment? I imagine we do.
David Clark?
Wait, one second. Thank you, sir.
David Clark? He's our only speaker on this item, and I have one hand raised in our virtual audience.
And Dave Clark, and as you know, I'm a member of the Creeks Committee. And it bothers me a little bit, both the discussion here and the staff report. There's no mention in there of the easement that we've discussed multiple times that's going to connect the creek to Mount Diablo, the street. So is that intentional? Is that an oversight? I mean, when we brought this up before, it's always been, you need to wait until we've got a buyer, or we need to wait until there's going to be a listing, then we'll disclose it. Well, this is pretty close to a listing, it seems to me. So frankly, I'd like some assurance that the easement itself is still under consideration. That was never an issue. I think the issue is where was that easement going to go? Because right now, as you know, there's a flood control easement that runs underground at the Campana property. So that's going to be in place regardless. That's going to be there for this potential, whoever the buyer is. They're not going to be able to build on top of that flood control easement, but they can park a car on top of that flood control easement. So if we had talked previously to some extent of having the city, I realize the city can't put an easement on property it currently owns. That was my takeaway from one of those prior meetings. So it's going to have to be a disclosed, I don't know, condition. It's going to have to be a provision in the contract of sale, seems to me, that there will be an easement. The intention of the city is there will be an easement, if not on top of the flood control easement, because that would cut into seems to me, the available parking for potential a buyer of that parcel, then somewhere else on the parcel. And one of the somewhere else's that we talked about was at the very southernmost part of that parcel. Because the trail can go, it can probably go a couple of different directions. It doesn't have to follow the flood control easement. It's just got to get from where that Happy Valley Creek, at that point where it butts up against the Campana property, goes underground and the street. So I'd like some assurance that that's still in play. I mean, if it's not, then it seems like something happened that I wasn't aware of. So Can we include it in the staff report? Should it be in the Realtor, should it be a direction to the Realtor, this needs to be disclosed in the listing, that the intent of the city is that there will be a public easement to provide a path along the lines that we've been talking about. The fact that it's listed for sale at a fixed price at $3.8 million, and granted, it's open to negotiation, but is that price, does that take into consideration the placement of the easement or not? I mean, it seems to be a relevant factor. And it's not, if it's 3.8 net of the easement, okay, that's fine, but I think we need to disclose that. It's not inherently obvious, looking at this, whether it is or not. And I just think we need to get that in the black letter, the black and white now. I think it is time to move forward on this, where maybe it hasn't been in the past, but if we're not there, we're really, really close. And I think we need to have some serious conversation about making sure that gets included, because I don't want that to drop through the cracks after all this time.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No. Thank you, David.
Mr. Grigg, to be followed by Robert Lavoie.
Thank you. My name is Kent Grigg. I had a thought hearing this discussion. I'm sorry I haven't followed leading up to it. Has anyone considered the parking requirements for the Park Theater? If it's really full and that parking lot down the creek is full, will people be parking on the street? And will the residents and visitors of that new unit be parking on the street? And could it be that the wonderful new Park Theater would have limited parking because that lot has been given up for parking? And has a study been done that would say how many cars would fit on that lot, the Campana lot? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
don't need answer to those rhetorical questions, but it might be good to consider. I don't want to mess up anybody's deal, but I'm sorry. I'm just worried about the future and parking for the theater.
Thank you.
Robert Lavoie.
I wanted to just follow up and see if there's any way to save the parking in that area, and is there not a way to buy replacement? It seems like the hangup is the replacement units, but maybe it's the McNeil building too. So I wasn't aware that there was another property holder in the mix. But did you guys look into, finding 4 units somewhere else in town to keep that parking there? Because we're losing the 949 Moraga parking, and now this place, which was going to fix some of the parking problems around the Plaza Park. And then a final question, will the 3.9 million from the sale or whatever the proceeds are go back to the parking fund? And then are we going to be looking for a new replacement for these 2 lots that are missing? I know the parking people are working on a global citywide project and they believe there's enough capacity, but that's before we eliminate all the parking with our housing by right in the next couple of years. So it's very concerning. Thank you.
No, thank you. Any questions? All right. No, thank you, Rob.
No additional speakers at this time.
All right. So I mean, the big question, we all saw the letter from Mr. Clark. So Mala, I know we can't put an easement on it now, but is there a way for us to add something in the sale agreement about the easement?
There is. If there's a desire to require an easement be part of the transaction, we could do that if that's the council's pleasure. I think you could direct Mr. Cumberlich. I don't know if you want to hear from our city engineer as well. He may have some comments on this.
Okay. And if we do that, then we would have to delay this decision. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I don't think you would. I don't know if it would affect the sale price. Maybe it would not. And you could still proceed with the recommended sale price, but you wouldn't have to delay it.
Okay. Okay, questions? Go ahead.
I assume we're on comments?
We are in, yeah.
Okay. Well, we had discussed actually 2 easements on this property. One would be over the flood control easement. The flood control easement basically is for the channel You can't build on top of it, but we would want an easement on top for access along the creek if it ever, and we're playing a long game, obviously, on this because we have no easement beyond this property, but we would want the easement leading to the edge of the property. And the second easement we discussed was from the northern curb cut now on the property directly east to the edge of the McNeil property.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, like a walkway, if we,
Again, playing that's the long
long
game.
game, right?
That would require, I think, a legal description, because the
Yeah,
other
and
easement
we
would be.
talked about, it's great, we talked about a survey to make sure we have the right spot there.
Correct.
But right now, that is open, but we need an easement on that open area.
Okay. So how would we proceed if we were wanting to do both of those easements?
I think you could make the motion to proceed, subject, any sale subject to the placement of those two easements. We'd obviously need to conduct a survey. I don't know how much that costs, or if you'd I think it may be helpful to hear from this city engineer to know what the scope of the easement may need to be, if that's all right.
Yeah, I just remembered one thing. Part of that easement, okay, so the Poi property comes up to the side of the building on the Campana project. And along the side of the building, there already is an easement in place, I believe. But I think we were going to confirm that. So the easement this new easement would be from the curb cut to, the edge of the building, so that there's an easement that goes all the way from the curb cut to the McNeil property.
Okay, yes.
Just a question for the Vice Mayor. So I get the easement on the south side with the flood control channel and potentially the creek access. On the north side then, that's, right now is parking along the north side. Is that easement cutting into that? Or?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't interrupt the parking?
The easement south of the parking spaces.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so so the thought is we would be able to recommend is to have our city manager engage with John Kernbach Associates to list it for sale at a price of 3.8 million, but then to add the easements, but adjust that according to adding these possible two easements.
If it needs adjustment.
If it needs adjustment.
Yeah,
Okay.
it may not reduce the price.
Okay. Tracy?
I also just wanted to clarify a statement. This property was not bought with parking funds.
Yes.
This
Oh,
property
correct.
was bought with city offices fund, and they would go back to that fund, not to parking.
I do remember that, thank you.
Yeah, should mention that. There was also a question about the Park Theater kind of parking. I can just speak to that briefly if you'd like, just because it is interesting and it's a challenge. And it's one of the many
closer to
reasons.
this, yeah.
One of the many reasons why this one step in the provision has not proceeded is there were several changes in state law subsequent to the purchase of the Campana property. One was the fact that there is now no parking requirements allowed within 1/4 mile of a major transit stop, which includes a BART station, which means there's no, you can't require any parking for anything in that region, including the Park Theater. So there's concerns about parking for sure, but there's no requirement anymore. The second one, which kind of stalled the original desire about the fourplex, is that the Park Theater Trust, which currently owns the property, the theater and the fourplex, if they demolish the fourplex, they would need to rebuild find 4 units of housing someplace else and relocate the people to those units. Needless to say, the charitable trust where people have donated to for the renovation of the theater is not in a position of building housing. And so unfortunately, it's not owned by the city, it's owned by the theater trust. And so that those things, along with the McNeil property not being able to be purchased by the city and is no longer, it's completely off the table now, caused us to have to rethink our options.
Right. So thank you. Any other questions? or
discussion.
concerns? Discussion, yeah, please.
Yeah, so I've kind of struggled with this one because I felt that the concept behind the plaza overlay made sense, and creating parking, which would be integrated with what the Park Theater was doing, was a pretty compelling idea. I walked it with our city manager and a planning director, and it seemed like as a concept, seemed very creative. But it seems to me, and as I was thinking through this, there's a couple of Jenga pieces to this that have been pulled out from us. One is the McNeil property, and the other is the 4-unit complex behind the Park Trust. And my sense is that without those, this doesn't really work. I asked about the plaza overlay update earlier because I thought, well, is there something in the works that gets us there? I see the vice mayor shaking his head no. But that to me is like, is there any way to salvage this, or is it really a dead end with respect to the
Yeah,
the plan we
you
have?
don't know how much this hurts, but.
Sorry to bring it up then.
It is a dead end. It's very, very sad.
Yeah.
We were all very enthusiastically supporting getting both properties
Yeah.
and making this happen. And unfortunately, you're right, the Jenga pieces didn't play out.
Yeah, and I'm a latecomer in this whole thing. I kind of is beginning to pick up the enthusiasm for the concept, but, you know, with the change in state law that Councilmember McCormick referenced, we don't have anything compelling to further parking in the downtown, within a quarter mile apart.
You can't compel it, that's for sure. I mean, for any new building or whatever. So yeah, no, that's the kind of, and so I think and also one of the reasons why I know the subcommittee, there's a bit of a sense of urgency because I think right now we have the building sitting there, not getting any younger, right? And so I think we need to we are really I think it's our kind of responsibility to kind of make a decision on it as quickly as possible. Listing it at the price that we've talked about doesn't, we see what happens.
Right. So in my mind, then, it's like, we've got this asset, it's sort of a stranded asset at this point. If we wanted it further housing, we'd have to tear the building down, but it wouldn't be connected to anything. It'd just be sort of an isolated parking lot, if you will. So it's sort of a Fisher cut bait moment for us in terms of what we're going to do with this asset. So that's, I gather, the subcommittee who worked on this is where you all have come to on this.
That's correct. And I think we should also note that the realtor is going to market it, aggressively as hopefully to a purchaser who would be maybe an owner operator of some sort, and you'd get a vibrant business in that spot, which we all want some vibrancy in that spot. We want to have utility to the city in that spot.
Yeah.
And this is, this is a path toward that, and we can see what happens.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Do we need a motion?
We absolutely need a motion.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, public comment is closed, but thank you very much. You can email us too.
Okay, I move that the city engage John Cumberlick and Associates to list the Campana property for sale, the price of $3.8 million, with other conditions, including potential easements to be discussed with the city manager, and that we authorize the city manager to enter into a listing agreement with the broker.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, now we get to the big one. The Oak Hill development. I guess we will start with Jean Iceberg. Is she here? No. Greg is here. Oh, we get her on the screen. Excellent. Thank you, Jean.
Hi, good evening. I don't look like I can share my screen yet.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Okay, good evening, members of the council. I'm Jean Iceberg, a contract planner from the city. Tonight, we're talking about 1001 Oak Hill Road, which is located here, fronting Oak Hill Road, just south of State Route 24. Some of you may recall that A previous project was reviewed and approved by the City Council last May 2024. That was a 53-unit project. At that time, the applicant did discuss at the hearing that they were interested in doing a larger project once the city's housing element was approved and certified and the rezoning was completed. And so that's what you're seeing here. The SB 330 preliminary application was filed in the fall. And then once that rezoning went into place, the rezoning to SRB 60, the applicant submitted this full application once that housing element rezoning was effective. Whereas the previous project proposed demolition of 2 of the 3 buildings on the site, this project proposes to demolish all 3 commercial retail buildings, remove approximately 23 trees, and merge all 4 lots on the site. The proposal is to construct 90 for-sale units, including 11 below market rate units, 2,000 square feet of commercial space at the corner. It's a 7-story building, 178 parking spaces and 52 bicycle parking spaces in the building and along the sidewalk. There are some steep slopes on the site. So here you're just seeing the ground floor plan. So the building in this case is just in the first half of the site, on the eastern half of the site. Residential lobby fronting Oak Hill, again, that commercial space at the corner closer to Mount Diablo Boulevard. The pedestrian bicycle entrance is from Oak Hill, and the bike room is located along the lobby. And then here you're seeing one of the 2 garage entrances. There's actually 2 separate garages on the first and second levels because of that grade change. And the garage entrance is accessed from an easement along Terrace Way, which is a private road. This is just a couple examples of the landscape plan. There's perimeter planting proposed along the street as well as along the building edge, the southern building edge. And this composite on the right shows some of the upper story landscaping, including a 5th story pool spa area and then courtyard plantings in the center of the building. A couple elevation views. This is the front elevation looking from Oak Hill Road, where generally it appears as 4 stories, and then you start seeing the step backs, which are shown kind of faded out here in the upper 3 stories. And then you can see this courtyard space in the center. Looking from the south elevation, so if you were, not quite if you were standing at Mount Diablo Boulevard, but from that direction, you can see those 2 garage entrances along the first and second levels. And here you can really see the step back of the upper 3 stories of the building. This is a view from the west elevation, so from the neighbors abutting to the west. And you can see some of the fencing details, and we can talk more about this, but the applicant has made some changes based on their correspondence with the adjacent neighbors. The staff report discusses compliance with local policies, including the general plan, the housing element. This is a housing element site, an opportunity site listed in the housing element, and its compliance with the downtown area plan and downtown objective standards as modified by certain state density bonus law waivers, as I'll mention in just a minute. In terms of the context under state law, the project complies with the Housing Accountability Act, which limits the review to compliance with objective standards. As I mentioned earlier, the applicant did submit an application, a preliminary application pursuant to Senate Bill 330, which essentially freezes development standards fees as of that completion date and limits the number of public hearings after the application is complete to 5 hearings. The project's also proposed under state density bonus law, which I'll talk a little bit more about on the next slides. And then you'll see the findings in the resolution and the attachments of the CEQA analysis. The project is categorically exempt from CEQA. There are a number of waivers proposed from downtown objective standards, as well as some of this zoning development standards, including a waiver for height and from the ground level landscaping requirement. There's one concession allowed that's for an actual cost reduction for the project, and this is proposed to eliminate the 1% for public art in lieu fee. In terms of affordable housing, there's two separate requirements for affordable housing on the site: the state density bonus law requirement and the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. And I can go through this in a little bit more detail if you'd like during Q&A, but basically the state density bonus law, based on the amount of density bonus that the project requires, which is 22.5% density bonus in order to get 17 additional units over and above what the base zoning would allow, the project is required to provide 6% of very low income units. That 6% is calculated off of the base zoning requirement. So shown here at 6% times 73 units, which is the base project. So state law requires 5 very low income units. That's what's proposed by the applicant to meet state density bonus law. Now, the city's inclusionary housing requirement has a 15% requirement, again, based on that base project of 73 units. State law requires that we round up always, and so that's why you see the rounding in the staff report. That's why you see everything rounded up. So again, the inclusionary housing ordinance splits the requirement between moderate income units and very low income units. In this case, the project proposes to meet both of these requirements by providing a deeper level of affordability than what would otherwise be allowed or required by the city's inclusionary ordinance. So whereas the city's ordinance would require 7 moderate or low income units and 4 very low income units, in this case, the applicant's proposing 6 moderate income units and 5 very low income units. So a deeper level of affordability to meet the city's requirements as well. In terms of the review process, this project was reviewed at a joint meeting of the Design Review and Planning Commission in January. That was before the application was complete, and so that meeting does not count towards the 5-meeting limit. Subsequently, the project was reviewed by the Design Review Commission, who made a recommendation for approval, reviewed by the Planning Commission in April, who also recommended to the City Council to approve the project. And so here we are in front of the City Council, and we are here because the municipal code requires that the City Council is the body that takes action on the state density bonus law, including those waivers and concessions. A few notable conditions of approval. Number 2, to extend the entitlement from 1 to 2 years. Number 30, requiring color brush outs and material samples on site prior to starting construction. Number 32, the applicant has agreed to underground the utility pole at the corner of the site and the overhead line across Oak Hill Road. Number 35, which requires detailed landscape plans, including the species size and soil volumes required to support proposed plantings. And then lastly, number 44, the applicant has agreed to make a contribution toward the design and construction of an aqueduct pathway adjacent to the site. I wanted to make one correction or suggestion for a correction in the conditions of approval. This is number 7. This condition of approval is about protected trees, and inadvertently, I was referring to the trees that are proposed for removal. So I would include as a recommendation from staff that there are 36 protected off-site trees, and those would be required to have protections during construction to the extent that those drip lines extend into the project area. You've received a number of public comments in your packet, whether public comments to the Planning Commission meeting or to tonight's meeting. This includes a support letter from housing advocacy organizations, a recommendation from Project Labor to pay prevailing wages during construction, and then a number of comments from abutting and nearby neighbors expressing concern about the overall massing and height of the building, concerns about driveway access, potential for increases in traffic on Terrace Way, specifically concerns about noise during construction, privacy impacts related to specifically about abutting neighbors, concern about the number of affordable units and a desire for more affordable units, and then some concerns about public noticing, particularly for the Planning Commission hearing. Staff recommendation is that the City Council adopt Resolution 2025-33, finding the project is exempt from CEQA and approving the project. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just to be clear, so this is meeting number 3 in the SB 330 process. Okay, I just want to make sure that was correct. Does anybody else have any questions for Jean? All right, Carl.
Yep. Jean, I don't know if you got my email that I sent earlier today. Shall I ask those questions now?
Sure. Yes, I can respond.
Okay. Does our relatively new ordinance relating to EV charging stations, which was a REACH code, does that apply to this project?
Yes, so the EV charging regulations that are listed in the off-site parking apply to the project, and the applicant's proposing to meet the EV charging as part of this project. If they were not meeting those, then they would need to request a waiver from those off-site parking regulations.
Okay, did you say off-site?
Excuse me, off-street parking regulation section of the code.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then what is the width of the sidewalk or along Oak Hill or from north to south? Is it the same width? And if so, what is that width?
It is at least 10 feet. It does vary, and sometimes in part it varies because of the flat work on the private property. The effective sidewalk width can be up to 20 feet, but generally it's 10 feet on the public right-of-way.
Okay, and what is the closest distance between the edge of the building and the sidewalk? Is it 3 feet 6 inches?
Yes, the minimum setback proposed is 3.5 feet.
Okay, and that's in the southeast part of the building.
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of what are we approving tonight in terms of landscaping? Is there a complete landscape plan? I saw landscape plans in here, but I also saw language that indicated that they might not be final. I mean, what is it we are, if we adopt this resolution, what is it we're adopting with respect to landscaping? And the reason I'm asking that is we've got all the plans that show 4 trees, 5 trees, in the renderings. I think the closest thing to a landscape plan shows 5 trees along Oak Hill Road. If you could give some background on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, so you're right. The landscape plan is conceptual at this point. The applicant is required to mitigate the trees that they're removing. And generally that mitigation needs to be done on the site. And that doesn't mean a 1-for-1 replacement of tree. It depends on the size of the tree. And so what they have proposed is a number of trees to meet that mitigation of the loss of the 23 trees that are proposed to be removed. They've proposed a plant palette, but they still need to come back with the specific number of the species of the particular site, of the particular tree proposed in this location, the size of that tree, the soil volume, and you see if there's a referral letter from the landscape architect, the city's consulting landscape architect, that probes around these issues, demonstrating appropriate soil volumes for the upper levels, the size, species, number of trees. Generally the number of trees shown on the plans is what's proposed. So that includes the 5 street trees on Oak Hill Road. But yes, you're right. Overall, it is conceptual. And so we have that condition of approval 35 to track the detailed landscape plans, including species, soil volume, size.
I'm not sure how 35 gives us much authority. It really doesn't address, I mean, who decides whether the final proposal is satisfactory or not? Because right now, 35 says the applicant submit final tree mitigation calculations, planting plans, compliant fence heights, and adequate soil volumes as described in the city's landscape consultant's letter dated March 11, 2025. Now, that letter does talk about adequate soil volumes, but it doesn't say anything about street trees or number of street trees. And I noticed the plan calls for 5 street wells, but how definite is that? Is that something that's up for revision later? And if so, who approves the revision?
So that's what's shown on the plan. And so that's what our expectation is when the building permit plans come in, we're looking for it to match what the council has approved. And so, yes, we would want to see those 5 street trees. It may be difficult if you're interested in adding more, that can be difficult with utilities, et cetera. But yes, we're looking to see those 5 street trees when the plans come back in. And in practice, what happens is that city consulting arborist, the landscape architect, is looking at both the plans that were approved, the new building permit plans, and making sure that they're consistent.
Okay, and has there been any discussion of the type of tree?
Yes,
on
so
Oak Hill Road?
what the notes on the plan says are species in consultation with the consulting arborist. And so they're on city right of way. And so that's typically how it's done, that the city's consulted about the type of trees they want to see and that are appropriate for that location.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, I don't know if we got the answer to your first question, which was, so what we approve, is this the 3rd meeting we're approving today? Is this coming back? Are there further iterations, or is this, we say this is the 3rd of potentially 5 meetings, but the moment.
This is the proposal. If the council wishes to make comments or recommendations on plant palette or other issues, we can discuss that. And it can be conditions on the project. It can be discussed with the applicant. It doesn't necessarily come back, but it depends on the level of discussion.
Great. Okay, thank you. A couple of follow-up questions then. So the setbacks, because I guess I saw 2 different things, just to understand. So there's a waiver on the setback for the front of the building to go to 3 foot 6 inches from 10. And then the side setbacks, 0, which basically these are because it's kind of vertical all the way up, right? We don't get any sort of terracing or anything as we go up the multiple stories, correct? I was trying to make sure I understand the setback, what we're going to be seeing here.
So the setback is typically 10 feet on all sides. In this case, the project is meeting the interior and rear setbacks, but is requesting a waiver to reduce the front setback. So that's the key setback that's proposed for reduction. And it's just in the areas that are less than 10.
Right, okay, I guess I'm seeing, which maybe it's a different thing. There's the upper story setback from the facade below.
Okay.
It says we requested for 0 feet. So I just want to confirm what drove that.
This is regarding the sort of, I think of it as like the wedding caking of a building.
Right.
In this case, this is a taller building than maybe what was anticipated in the downtown objective standard. So it was looking at building design that sort of starts to push in from the 1st level to the 2nd level to the 3rd level. And in this case, the project's proposing to go up 4 stories before making those setbacks. So they are not meeting, it's 0. They're not meeting that 2nd and 3rd level step back. They're not providing that step back until they get to level 5.
Right, and that's only on the sides, right? Because the front is set back a little bit after level 1, level 2?
It is both the sides and the front, because on all 4 sides in levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, essentially you have a building face. The facade extends up 4 stories. It's just that at levels, technically because of the slopes on the site, level 1, there's no level 1 in the backside of the building, if that makes sense. So it's a little bit maybe different than what this particular standard was envisioning.
Okay. Flipping over, I may have missed it in the package, but I apologize. But so the traffic flow coming in and out of the building, I'm a little concerned. Feels like getting into the building with the right turn from Oak Hill into the building seems okay. But coming out of the building, I mean, has there been analysis on how many left turns onto Oak Hill versus right turns? It feels like that's a pretty, Oak Hill's pretty crowded at multiple times during the day. And if we have a lot of cars going in and out there, is there talk of a I mean, not that I really want one, a street light, or what do you think the impact is on traffic coming in here?
So there is a traffic study as part of the packet. I'd have to look back at the number of trips that are anticipated going left versus right. There's no traffic signal warrant that was triggered, or other signal warrant, stop signs. So that is not proposed here. Certainly this will increase traffic from the residential project, but part of the traffic analysis is that it includes accounts for the loss of the office trips. And so the net change and proposed change in trips is maybe not as much as we would anticipate, because it's a different type of use. And office trips tend to generate more peak hour trips than residential. So it's a different type of trip, but the traffic study did not identify any signal warrants or other significant impacts.
Great, okay. And we'll be hearing from the applicant as well?
Yes, right. Well, yeah, we are typical.
Great, all right, thank you very much.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Jean. By the way, I thought the staff report was very thorough, so thank you very much. It was very, very helpful. I've just got a few follow-up questions. One maybe pertains more to state law, perhaps, which is the public art concession. My understanding is we really have no latitude there. Our hands are tied by state law, so if they ask for this public art concession, we have to grant it. Can you confirm my understanding of that?
City attorney also can.
Can I ask a broader question?
Oh, please.
On page 8 is the list of concessions and waivers. What latitude do we have to reject any of those?
We don't really have latitude. Some of you have heard this comment.
Just want to get it on the record.
Correct. You don't have latitude, but I think this may be one of the first times we've discussed the public art. So just for the record, public art is considered like an architectural or development standard, so it would be subject to a concession, and therefore you are limited in your ability to decline to approve that concession.
Thank you, and thank you, Vice Mayor Andrew, for amplifying my question.
Yes.
So that was the first one. The second was there was some back and forth that was in our packet with respect to discussions with the adjacent property owner, the Lombardos. In the council package, I infer that there's been steps taken to address their issues. Have those been addressed, or is there being progress made to kind of deal with the concerns that the adjacent property owner had? Or maybe the applicant could speak on that perhaps later. Okay. Then we'll hold on that one. And then this may be sort of a technical, nerdy question, but it always intrigued me. This is a dense project. And the staff report notes the opportunity sites have an 88% minimum density requirement. My hunch is that we're a good deal above that. Is there any calculation as to what we're actually looking at here? It's not 88%. It's got to be north of 100, I would think. I'm just curious if there's a figure for that, as that question's been raised in other contexts.
So the housing element identified 51 units for the site, and 90 are proposed.
Right.
So
It's almost 200%,
times.
like 180 or something.
Yes, 1.8.
Yeah. Okay. I just asked the question in as much as there's other cases that have come up noting that we don't have 88% on projects. It looks like we're well above it here.
Yeah, actually, I think it's 125% of allowable density, but we can check my math later.
We were checking. Thank you.
Great. So I actually have one. There was a crosswalk. There was a walkway. It was a figure on A 3.8. And I guess there was a concession waiver to have a walkway on one side of the building. I think that was on the south side. And there was some back and forth on why they couldn't do it. And I was just wondering if you could explain that to me a little more.
This is the parking design no, not the parking design
On
waiver.
where the parking goes in and out, correct, yes. And maybe this is a question for the applicant. I can actually ask the applicant too.
There's a waiver, there's a objective design standard about pedestrian circulation and parking garages. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so my interpretation is that there's supposed to be a 5-foot wide pedestrian route that connects parking spaces to a building entrance. And so I believe that's to have a safe passage for a pedestrian so that they're separated from a vehicle. And inside the garage, that is not shown here. So there's not a separate 5-foot pedestrian walkway within the garage.
Oh, it's only in the garage. I thought it was, okay, I thought it was outside. So you're saying that that only applies inside the garage?
That is my interpretation. I will, I saw Director Wolf there, so if he wants to correct me, I will defer to him.
Okay, thank you. One of the other ones, and actually this is a question for the applicant. Actually, all my other questions are for the applicant. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, so now we will go on to the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Kandel and City Council members. My name is Brian Griggs. I'm part of the applicant team and the ownership. Our ownership entity is Project Oak Hill LLC, and Jeff Stone is my primary partner. David Marshall's here in Jeff's absence. Jeff's out of town, but I'm here to answer all the questions we can. I think you know, and Jeannie did a great job. Thanks again for the thorough report. Thanks to Director Wolf and the staff of the city for collaborating through Public Works, through a variety of the different departments. They continue to do a really good job, I think, to represent not only the city, but the citizens too. This project, as you know from last May, was always desired to be a gateway project into our town to try and come up with a medium density housing development that would, help address a significant number of the units that Lafayette needs to provide. The project itself, the 53 units did not encompass the whole site. We had a 3-story office building that was remaining. The thought at the time we entitled that was to come back later and get additional units. But with the housing element and some of the delays, we waited, and that's what you see before you tonight is the project with the 90 units. The project actually could have been 99 units because if you remember in the housing element, we're merging 4 lots into greater than 1 acre. That gives you a 10% bonus on the base density. And so keeping just with the 22.5%, the base density would have been 80 units versus 73, 81 rounded up. And so that project, we wanted to deliver a project that we felt was right for the city. We're both citizens here, we're proud developers. We know it's a lot of units. We know the city may or may not be ready for it, but someone's got to do it. We've intentionally designed it to set back and minimize the impacts as much as possible. And the project in front of you is one that we're proud of, and I hope you support it this evening. As far as the big issues, which I think are probably, at least the immediate issues, are the collaboration with the neighbors. Initially it was Brian Moore, who was to the left of Terrace Way, who owns 2 buildings that had some concerns about a retaining wall he had, about how Terrace Way in its current configuration serves a little bit of an intentional bottleneck to keep cut-through traffic from going up over to South Thompson and back down through some of the retail. And then subsequent to that, we've met with Lombardo's, tried to be as collaborative as we can, and we'll continue to do so. We've identified some, constraints that come up in development, a sewer line that we're going to move at our expense. There's some overflow drainage from their property onto ours that we'll again collect to make sure it's routed properly into the stormwater system. And we will assure them that they have access to their tuck under parking. If you've seen the site, they actually do cross over. It's kind of a little bit of a strange way to get in and get out, but we're confident once we can figure out all the grades that we'll be able to provide them that access unimpeded. With trying to, we actually, if they will go out there, we've staked just in the last couple of days and have orange markings of where the property lines are, so you can actually see how we can, continue to provide that. It's just at this point, having a legally binding agreement without knowing all the nuances is really difficult. So there is a certain element of trust. But at the same time, we have shown, I think, as much as we can, continued collaboration to make sure it works. Jeff Heaton, the neighbor on the back of where the pool's going, has worked with Jeff Stone primarily. I have had no interactions directly with him. I traded a call with him or a text last week in hopes we could get together beforehand. He has, I think, voiced his concern about how, which is a natural concern, how close his home is to where the ultimate back of our property will be. So we've also had that staked in the last couple of days, just so we can get a perspective of where those lines fall. As far as minor issues that have come up, as far as the EV question, we're providing 10%, so about 19 will be ready to go. The other 65% will be EV ready. So it'll be about 140 out of the 183 or 178, I think it is now, parking stalls. So roughly 3/4 will be for electronic vehicles. The landscaping condition of approval, we're happy to have you modify it to make sure that that would be subject to, we'd propose staff or staff's consultant. Inside Out, it's the city's consultant, and they do a really good job. So we're happy to refine that. We do intend to provide a lot of landscaping up on the decks as they terrace back, because, with any dense site, it's difficult to provide landscaping at grade. We do have 2 separate terraces that'll be heavy landscaping. And, these will be condominiums, so we are heavily incented to make it as attractive as possible, and we will do that. Beyond that, the specifics of soil volumes, treatment, that sort of thing, we are going to have an HOA that'll run it, but, as we all know, for 10 years, we're going to have some responsibilities to make sure it all works, and so we will do that. And I think as far as other questions, the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District questions come up. How are you going to access it? We've actually had 2 or 3 meetings with them since the Planning Commission on how they will access it with their ladder trucks, how we will provide some standing ladders in order to make sure their firemen can go up the various stair steps that go back. The height of the building, obviously 87 feet or whatever it is, as I think you know very well, as we do as developers, it's measured from the very lowest point of the property to the very highest part of the back roof. That property right now actually has about 60 feet of grade elevation between those same 2 points. So it will terrace up, it will be big, but the matter of the fact is over the existing grade. And one of the drawings, I think it's a 3.4, might be a good one if you have further questions for Jeannie to pull up, that gives you an idea of both the setbacks and also the height at various points in that existing grade. So it will not be 87 feet. That's one of the reasons that we designed it the way we did. And I think that's it as far as comments I had. I'm obviously here to answer any questions you've got now or afterwards.
Do we have a time? Don't they usually get 10 minutes? So does anybody else from your team want to speak or take that time?
Nope.
Okay. I'm saying no. I'm just making sure that you guys are.
Well, you're welcome to speak, David. I don't know if you're ready, but.
We're not cutting you off early. Okay.
I did also want to acknowledge Mr. Baird, who's here. Ian and his son own 2 buildings behind the Lombardos, and we were able to meet on site also. I don't think we could ever address concerns in my business, but we can at least verbalize it and try and be collaborative as the best we can. And so Ian's here also and may speak tonight, hopefully in support of the project.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. I think you probably better stay there. We probably have a lot of questions.
Sure.
All right. Go ahead.
I do a few. So thank you very much for the presentation, for for all the work that's been done on this. Question, so you asked for a public art waiver.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly in the waiver, so it's like, we normally assume 1%, which is for a project this size, it's pretty significant. But do you plan on doing any public art without being compelled to on the site?
I will say yes, to the extent that it's a tight site. A large, impactful piece of public art will be really difficult when you get off the freeway. I think there's a lot of trust that goes into trying to make it, a project that's worthy of being one of the gateways into Lafayette. And, as developers and local developers, we stand behind that. So I'm not trying to avoid the question. I mean, we will do something that is right for the project, whether that's an actual piece of art, whether it's something that There's certain types of landscaping, I don't know. We're still more than willing to work with the city if we can get through Caltrans to redo the sign that's right at the
The welcome
the
to Lafayette
off-ramp.
sign could be a nice.
And we're
a
happy
nice piece.
to be a part of that.
Another question, let's see, on the thinking about, just kind of currently, are there any businesses currently operating in the buildings that are going to be demolished? And kind of what's your time frame for them, right? Because is Indigo and Poppy still?
Indigo and Poppy's still there. We've given them a firm term, I think, through the end of the year. We're hoping that if we're able to obtain entitlements this evening, we could then go into working drawings. We'll probably be 3 to 6 months to get those done. Then we'll probably be another, ideally, 2 to 4 months through the county to get permits. So, in the ideal scenario, we'd start next spring on the project. Yeah, and they are the only larger occupant. We do have some small, the Lafayette collectives there.
I was going to ask you, the care collectives and the little, I'm not sure if anything else is there. So are they basically it's a hard lease through the end of the year and then?
The care collective is, how do I say this? We've given them their space because we really believe in their mission. And I think we've made a commitment to try and find them a new home when our project moves forward.
Okay, so you're thinking next year, if everything goes as planned, next spring you'd start? And
Correct.
Do you have an idea on, I know it's impossible to predict, but just in your experience, what should we expect from a construction perspective? And then as an adjunct to that too, then what would be the impact on all the motorists on Oak Hill during construction?
Yeah, well, doing the units in Lafayette Circle, there's been a lot of impact. We've learned our lesson pretty well. But probably 24 months is my guess. This is a bigger project than 950 Huff. A lot of it's weather dependent, but if we could start in the spring and try and get the foundations and some of the retaining walls and get some of that structure done before the rains hit in the following winter, we'd probably hold pretty well to that 24 months.
And do you expect to close off any of the lanes of traffic during?
There will be some closures. Generally, unfortunately, it's in an area where some drop off and delivery. We haven't gone through a construction logistics plan. I think that's one of the obligations, if I remember, in the conditions of approval will be, is how can you make sure that those impacts are minimized with flaggers and times of the day, that sort of thing.
And then finally, I'll let my other council members talk about you've got a 2,000-foot commercial space kind of listed there.
We do.
You have a vision for that?
Yeah, that's a hedge right now. We don't know how well, and you know as well as anyone being a downtown merchant, how well retail will work in that location. And the last thing we want at the gateway to town is a vacant retail spot. So, we've looked at whether that's, a coffee shop kind of morning, evening, afternoon function. We've looked at possibly some sort of an amenity for the building and part of that space. We're actually looking now at maybe making that a little bit smaller too, and bringing in there's some electrical infrastructure that's required that we might be able to put inside the building as opposed to outside, transformers and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it'd be delightful to have some sort of commercial there. Whether it has to be more of a co-op than a going concern, I guess, who knows? And the question would be then, is there parking around there for guests or customers of that spot, or how do you envision that?
That's the challenge, is that, we wanted to make sure that a building this big was in the right, we think it's a great location in town to try and minimize the cross-town traffic, for people coming and going from their homes, so to speak. And the flip side of that is not having a lot of public parking there. And so, we didn't want to underpark, and as you know, in that very close proximity to BART, we literally could provide 0 parking. Well, that's not going to work. People are not going to buy units. They're not going to live there. People have 0 parking. So we're just under 2 parking stalls, I think, at 178, so 180 on 90 units. Some of those will be dedicated for visitor. They won't all be dedicated for the owners. But as far as retail, we haven't really refined that. We're not contemplating that people would pull in, and those would be vacant at nights and weekends when retail's not possibly open.
And if I recall from the planning commission meeting, this is, these parking spots are stacked, or stackers, or
The
using.
vast majority of them
Or elevators.
I
or
would say
however.
probably 90% of them are. A little bit different than the stackers that we used at 950 Huff. They're actually a puzzle stacker, which is what they used at 210 Lafayette Circle, if you've ever visited that project. So they actually go up and go down, and so you pull into one, and then they move literally like a puzzle. Whereas the ones at 950 Huff are independent, for one party has both lifts.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yep.
Questions?
I want to come back to the EV requirements. I have to admit, I did not look at the ordinance before this meeting, but to make sure I understand, you're providing 10 fully equipped.
10%. So we'll provide
10%
18,
of
yeah.
the spaces, and 65% will be wired for 220?
For the EV charger. I don't know if it's 220, I don't know what the voltage is, but they're called EV ready. We're actually at 950 Huff, we decided to bring it into 100% just because we think electric vehicles is where it's going. So
Right.
that's the minimum, I believe, and Director Wolf could probably tell you the requirements.
Okay, yeah, I am going to follow up and ask, what our ordinance provides, because I do recall that on 950 Huff, you're at 100%.
I think you had the same question there.
Everybody has access to EV
Yes.
charging there, and that is where we think we're going. Okay. In terms of, well, as the developer and what you want to see for your tenants, do you see any issues with traffic flow out of the development?
We don't. Generally, residential traffic is off-peak. And I think we had this discussion at 949 Moraga. There are times during the day when people are coming, certainly people coming back who don't work in Lafayette, who are coming off the freeway. I think there won't be any issue getting in. Getting out in the morning, turning left, there could be some queuing. But I think if you look at the impacts versus, that office building when it was fully functional, when Blockbuster was there years and years ago, and other retail, I don't know how dramatically different it'll be. And I don't mean to be vague. I think as a developer, putting residential in that location is not just all green lights, and this could be a yellow light meaning theoretically. Could it be an issue? Yes. Is it going to be a dramatic issue that's going to stop us from building this, and are people not going to buy the units because of it? No.
Okay, and then as a developer, when you're looking at the economics of the project, how does that southeast corner retail coffee shop space, how do you look at that?
Subsidy. We subsidize it.
Okay.
Meaning that in a vibrant retail location, you could give someone what they call a vanilla shell with 4 walls, and they would put in hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not upwards of that, to prepare the space. Then they would have to go ahead and operate the space and make sure it makes money to not only pay for those improvements, but to pay their rent, pay their employees. And I think the biggest challenge right now is, can that type of a business go in that location and actually underwrite?
Okay. Yeah, it would be a great art gallery space.
There's a lot of, a lot of possibilities, honestly, and we're not counting on it as a revenue producer in our pro forma.
Can I do a quick follow-up on the one thing, just to understand EV charging? Only thing in my mind, I can't quite figure it out, because with the parking, you're going to have the stacker, which kind of will take around. How does charging work when you drive in and your car is kind of moving around?
I think about 40%, maybe Jeannie knows, maybe not because it wasn't on the plans, are what they call the puzzle lifts.
Right.
And then the others are independent, like the 950 Huff. Those are a lot easier.
No, those make
I
sense.
think on the
just
puzzle lifts, we'd probably end up having to do them in some of the visitor stalls. We really haven't worked through logistics of that.
Yeah, I just don't work.
I think the technology, if it's not there today, will certainly have to get there, because these are, for anything urban infill, this is the way that you can actually get the densities that people want and not have to get rid of all the parking.
It feels like the problem should have been solved. It's just unclear in my mind how it would be solved.
Well,
I guess
hopefully
I
when
would
we're done in
certainly-
3 years, it will be solved.
I would certainly, I like the idea of, 100%, obviously. But again, it's unclear how it's gonna work, but, all right, thank you.
All right, any questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Kendall. So Councilmember McCormick asked some of the questions I had on the commercial side. I've got just a general question. This is likely, I think, the largest and maybe densest project Lafayette will see. And obviously, you're moving ahead with this. You've got financing lined up, I presume, and everything. What kind of a market do you see for this kind of a project?
Well, these units are going to be a little smaller than the ones we're doing at Lafayette Circle. So we're hoping that we can, deliver condominiums without going over a few of them in the $1 million mark, and those aren't the restricted ones, those are market rate. As far as the depth of the market, we just think that everything you hear about Lafayette, in my mind, is true. It's a vibrant place, people want to live. And the problem is, you can't get a starter house for less than about $1.5 million.
Right.
And so we don't envision, families per se in these. We are going to have some 3 bedrooms, but most of them will be first-time buyers, we assume, or step-up buyers. As far as whether BART comes around and people actually can utilize that for what it used to be, 10 or 15 years ago, if we were selling these and BART was, a 4-minute walk and everyone was working in San Francisco, they'd be phenomenal. But I think there is demand. We think different demand than the units at the west end of town, because this is First and Main. This is where people want to be. They want to walk to the market. They want to walk to the food. They want to walk to amenities. They want to walk to parks. They want to walk to school. So we don't have financing lined up. It's part of the reason that we did request the public art waiver. Is underwriting these projects is challenging. And anything we can do, these subsidized units are going to be deeply subsidized, and which is great, because I think everyone should have the opportunity to live in our fantastic community despite their economic circumstances.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I have some questions. A lot of questions were answered. So talking about the parking for the Lombardos, will you provide them an actual easement?
Yes.
On your property? Okay, good. It'll formalize that.
Yes.
Great. So one of the things that I'm seeing is that, is there any chance that we can get a walkway across Oak Hill to Safeway? And I know that's like a crazy thing, and I know it's not really part of this, but who controls the off-ramp from 24? That would be the natural spot, is where 24 is there, and this is just stop sign there. Is there a way, is there a vision for us to somehow imagine a crosswalk there so people don't have to walk all the way down to Mount Diablo or all the way back up to Deer Hill to get across? Otherwise, I think we're going to see a lot of jaywalkers, personally, with that many units there. Do we have a vision of, could we have stop signs? Does Lafayette control that? I guess that's my question.
Can I embroider on that one?
Please.
You can just throw in the pathway, the aqueduct
Exactly.
pathway, and how that
All
fits in
those
with this
things.
vision.
That works too.
I will have to defer to the Public Works and Engineering Director. I know that the city has jurisdiction over Oak Hill south of where you're describing, and Caltrans has some involvement and jurisdiction clearly where their highway right-of-way is, and then where the two intersect. I don't know where the boundary is, nor what would be involved with potentially putting in a pathway at the off-ramp. So
Right.
I'll defer to the Public Works and Engineering Director.
I see him here, but I don't know if he wants to respond. You don't have to. It's okay. Just make sure it's on our vision to be watching this and, going there. All right, so the affordable housing, we're going to work on the terms, I guess. What do you think is the term, like the number of years that you're going to put on the affordable housing?
I think the city's requirement is 55.
Okay, so he has to comply with the 55 years. That is exactly the answer I was hoping. 55 years. Great to hear that these little stackers they're movable, because I was wondering how, if you've got a 3-stacker, do you have to assign them to a 3-bedroom unit? And you're saying no, they're totally.
They go sideways too.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you. That was a concern. Okay, so one of the things that I saw, and I know you don't have to change anything. But all the railings on the terraces are just little metal things, right? They're basically,
Pickets?
they're pickets. And so you can see onto their terraces. I just driving around town and seeing what people put on their terraces, it's not always maybe what we would think as highly aesthetic, and they use them more for storage. Is there any thought that you would have something that would be maybe slightly opaque or somehow hide some of the stuff that's on those terraces from?
We just went through that at 950 Huff, because we do have terraces that view the street. So the CCNRs will contain requirements that the HOA will enforce to make sure that people don't bring out barbecues, people don't bring out a bike, people don't push their Peloton out there in the morning.
Okay, so that's how you're solving it. It's in the CCNRs. Okay. And so who enforces that?
The HOA.
And the HOA will enforce that. Okay, so, all right, thank you. Okay, so on the roof, I hear there is going to be solar, but on the drawings, I didn't see any solar.
I actually think we're solar ready. I don't know that we've actually fine-tuned. David, do you have any idea? I know that we're going to make provisions for solar. Part of the challenge is when you have 90 different owners, who owns the solar system? Where does the credit go if you actually produce it? How does it go back through the building? We're doing the same thing at 950 Huff, trying to work that out. PG&E doesn't like you to make money on solar power and use it within your building. So there's some complexities to it. And I don't mean to be vague, Mayor Kendall, but I will get back to you on that. I just don't want to stand here and make a commitment that everything's going to be solar, that we're going to produce X watts or megawatts or kilowatts.
Okay, that's too bad. It just seems like buildings like this, and thank you for going all EV, all electric for everything else. It just seems like adding solar on there would be
Oh, I absolutely agree.
so
Yeah.
ideal.
If it's feasible, we'll do it. I mean, yeah, and you can do a power purchase agreement with the HOA where they're purchasing the power. There's a lot of things that you can do that are, I think, becoming more and more commonplace as solar is becoming much more refined, especially with battery storage.
Right. All right, hopefully that gets there. And so I thank you for addressing some of the stuff that Confire was addressing, because those were some pretty serious comments I had in there and concerns.
Yeah, part of I think the disconnect was that they were measuring the building to the top as opposed to the floor at the top level, meaning the floor of the seventh floor.
Yeah, but there's no access back there too, right? On the west
On the back, no,
and the
they're going
north.
to have to hose poles. So that's what we actually, in working with them, have stationary ladders. They're going to be on each of the decks as they go up. So they'll only have to get to the first deck, which is about 42 feet high.
And how do they get the water back? How do they get their water back in there?
Well, there's going to be standpipes.
Okay, so you'll install those there?
Yes, and there'll
okay,
be
thank you.
standpipes. Same thing we did at 950 Huff. They actually have separate ladders up to the roof itself. And they won't go through a hatch. They actually want stationary ladders.
And the water access is already up there?
Yeah.
Great. I thank you, because I'm like, how are you going to do this without any access back there? All right, I guess those were all my comments.
And just to confirm that last issue, there is a condition that expressly states they need to.
Yes. You have to comply with, and you say MUD had some questions too, but you have
Yeah.
to comply with those no matter what.
All of those agencies before we even bring it to the county for review of the building.
Wonderful. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so any other questions? No, I guess we'll go to public comment.
Mayor, I have speakers in the Don Tatson Community Hall, and if any of our persons in our webinar want to speak, please raise your hands now so we can be ready for you. Our first speaker is Raymond Amaral, followed by Kent Grigg.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ramon Amaral. I'm a field representative for the North Cal Carpenters Union, Local 152, which covers Lafayette. I have a question for the council. Is this project gonna hold labor standards? And if not, how come? Just want to share the importance of holding responsible contractors that can potentially exploit workers and cause costly delays. On the contrary, while having labor standards, will promote a skilled, trained workforce, acknowledged by a state-certified apprenticeship program, fair wages, and health and retirement benefits for the worker and their families, local hire. I do want to state that Diamond Construction has had communication with the Carpenters Union. Our further concerns are potential additional subcontractors that will not be held to these standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like Mr. Grigg left the meeting room, so we'll go on to Tony Lombardo, followed by Sal Lombardo.
Good evening. My name is Tony Lombardo. I am one of 3 owners of the 3572 Terrace Way property owners, which is right up the hill from Oak Hill project. Just to give you a little background, so you know where we are personally on this project is, we attended the April 21st meeting that was for the planning meeting. And the reason we did so is because we received a notification the week prior to that. And at that particular meeting, we told the planning commission that that was the first notification that we had gotten. So since the project's been going on since 2022, there's been a lot of notifications that have been out there, but for some reason, they never reached us. We checked as far as the address at that meeting, and the address was correct, but we only got the single one. So the other thing is that the builder didn't notify us either, because they had some type of arrangement with one of the people that were selling the property to them to somehow not be able to tell us what was going on. So bottom line is, since we're the ones that are most affected by this project, since we're 15 feet from the back of that project, that, you know, we're the ones that never got notified for this thing for some reason. That's just a note for whatever. We also have talked and discussed things with the builder, and it's the builder's idea that says that they're actually going to be improving the value of our property. And if you look at our property right now, for the people that are living there, when they look out of their balconies, they could basically see, Mount Diablo, they could see oak trees. It's kind of secluded out of Lafayette itself. You don't even really know you're in a town there. All that's going to be replaced by a 50-foot wall that's going to be going up, and we're only like 20 feet. So you can imagine 50 feet, right, 15 feet away from your balconies, takes all that view away. And I personally haven't seen any real estate value go up where their view has been diminished. It seems to always go down. Also, we have tenants there that live there some work from home, some have night jobs, so they sleep during the day. And
Is that 3 minutes?
yeah, I'm gonna take my brother's time too.
Okay, you offer your time? Okay. Thank you.
So they sleep during the day. So, you know, according to what we just heard today, this is going to be a 2-year project going on. And it's the type of project that's going to create a lot of noise, and we're anticipating that tenants are going to be moving out. So we addressed some type of compensation from the builder, and basically they said, well, we don't directly contribute to improvements to your building, but we might have some say as far as goodwill. But if you read one of the comments, for instance, that they had, talks about the above updates address this question. We're not in a position to make a commitment at this time, but continue to have mutual benefits to make the area of our project the best for both parties. And in essence, when I come down and I see this June 6th memo from Brian to you, it says that while the Lombardos also requested compensation, as you will note in the attached correspondence, that we will not do so. Now, when you read their answer, basically it didn't say they wouldn't do so. They wouldn't do so in certain regards. But That just, the only reason I'm bringing this up is the fact it says, you know, just because we write things doesn't make it necessarily true. In regards to the driveway access, in the planning meeting, we I showed the planners that by slide that there was absolutely no way we're getting into our driveway. It was completely blocked off with planters. So we put it up there, and sure enough, it was kind of surprised them from what I took from the way they were addressing it, and they told us to get together and decide to do something about it. We did so, and then I saw in the updates that they have now for the plants is now, instead of trees there or shrubbery, now we have transformers, 2 big transformers going in there. So again, we don't have the same access that we had for the last 61 years that we've been using there. He's personally looking at some of the things that would drive an S-curve that would get to us, our unit, but it would also take away 2 of our parking spots at the same time. So we haven't really come to a conclusion about that either, as far as mutual understanding as far as how things are going to go. And lastly, we're addressing we're addressing the sewer system that we have there. The sewer itself is crossing over into their property underground, of course. And we just replaced that sewer about a year ago, and with Contra Costa permits, okaying the whole thing. And now we're finding out that there might be a good possibility that all that's going to have to be dug up. And as far as where it's going to be located and where it's going to be placed and who's going to actually incur the costs hasn't really been decided either. So in my mind, there's a lot of things that haven't been decided and agreed upon, and we just seem to be going through this process for approval. None of this is going to.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, so I do, regarding the sewer. So I wasn't seeing that it would have to be moved. So why are you saying that it might have to be moved?
Well, if you look at the planning meetings that I went through on April 21st, there was a document there from the sanitation department. The sanitation department mentioned that there, that says there's a sewer that's underground there and it might have to be moved.
Oh, okay, that was just one of the, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Brian wrote us a memo just a couple days ago, basically saying that, yeah, it might have to be removed, but we don't know yet.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I do have a quick question. Can you repeat again the buildings that you're representing?
3572 Terrace Way, it's a sixplex.
Just the sixplex, okay.
Yes, it's right above Oak Hill project.
Thank you.
It's 15.
Okay, so as long as you're still there, you're saying that it's going to remove 2 of your spots. From what the drawings that I saw, and I went up there and I kind of walked around, it seemed like the new configuration was going to allow access to the open spots and the covered spots.
No.
So so which ones are you going to lose?
Okay, there's an apartment and there's parking, and then there's 2 levels of apartments on top of it, each 3.
Correct.
Underneath there's parking for the residents, and they're 2 deep. So each apartment gets two there, and then by the staircase behind the hedge there, if you recall, there's 2 spots there that are used for overflow or for a quick turnaround for the people to go in or for guests. Those 2, because I was looking at that today because Brian was talking about that they've put some markers there as far as where the transformers are going to be going, and those spots are going to be gone.
Okay, thank you. All right. Helpful. I do remember now. Got it. Thank you. All right. Any more public
Mayor
comment?
Kendall, no speakers at this time.
Oh, nothing in the audience or anything? I mean, oh, okay.
Oh, here, wait. Mark Henniger.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Max Henninger. I'm a board member of Inclusive Lafayette. I'm thrilled that this project is back in front of you and with a higher density. I think that the developer did a really nice job tailoring the design in a way that adds additional units, but still adds a lot to the streetscape. I think it'll be a big improvement when you come off that central Lafayette off-ramp. It's kind of a welcome into the urban core of downtown. So really nice to see how they were able to add additional units and still meaningfully address a good street design. The additional below market rate units are great. Our group is really supportive of anything we can do to deliver more units, especially below market rate units that come from non-subsidized projects. We love 100% affordable housing, but we all know how difficult and how many years it takes for those projects to come together. So when you have a market rate deal that is somehow able to pencil in this current environment, which is so unfavorable for building new housing, it's a great opportunity. And then finally, it's an ideal location from the perspective of lower vehicle miles traveled. We're really close to BART. It's also going to be lower fire risk than adding a lot of density far from downtown. So we think that you've got a great project in front of you, and we urge your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Speaker? No, thank you. That's it. All right. Okay, so do we have any other questions now after public comment? Let me see if we have any other questions. Yeah, Carl.
Oops, I want to follow up with Greg on the EV ordinance and what our current ordinance requires.
I admit I have not committed it to memory. There are multiple sections. So my understanding in read of it this evening is that 5% will have the chargers, must have the chargers installed, and then 5% need to have the chargers installed at level 2, which is 240, 20 amp, and then an additional 25% would be either low power level 2 or could be upgraded. 10% of the total need to be capable, meaning that the conduit is there, but the wire doesn't need to be pulled and the charger doesn't need to be installed. So there's a range, but my understanding is what I heard from the applicant is that they would meet or exceed the city's ordinance.
Okay, and in any event, we don't need to put it in the conditions of approval because we do have an ordinance and it has to meet the ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I need to follow up to that one because I think we probably should relook at the ordinance. I think with this, the evolution of stackers and more multi-unit housing coming into Lafayette, I have a feeling our EV ordinance is probably pretty out of date because it's envisioned standard set of asphalt-based parking, and I think parking's just changed a lot. So that being said, I'm actually, I think if you're going to try to sell condos, your parking spots better be EV ready, or you're not going to be able to sell them. So I think the market might be helping this one a little bit, but I have a feeling it'd be good to relook at this and kind of get an updated set on this.
Stackers were considered in this ordinance.
Really? Yeah. Well, then I think our numbers are probably fairly low because that seems.
Yeah, and then I think the numbers are higher than that.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, is it too late? I don't know. Would you like to speak? Yeah, please come. Sorry, do you guys mind? We've got one more speaker. Is that okay, Mala?
Are we reopening the public
Yes,
hearing?
as long as we reopen it and allow any new speakers to speak.
Okay,
in the
we will
audience.
reopen the public hearing. Thank you.
My name is Ian Baird. I'm at 3574 Terrace Way, just 2 buildings up from the project that we're talking about. And there's a retaining wall that I think should be removed because it makes it very narrow on Terrace Way. But I understand that that wall is owned by the owner of the apartment buildings opposite. So can that wall be removed? Because I think it makes it very narrow at that time, at that place.
And you're talking about, okay, so I was going to bring that up too. I think it's like on the way up to where the new parking comes in.
That's right.
Correct. And that's the retaining wall that really shrinks the road there. And that's, I think, even with the upper parking entrance, from what I saw from the drawings, I think. Right. And he's saying that the retaining wall needs to be removed, but it sounds like it's not on your property. Access for everybody, right? Less even, right? Okay, so I think that he's going to try to address it, from what I'm hearing. Full agreement, but thank you for bringing that up. I was going to
But
bring it.
can it be removed?
We can't force it. The city can't force that to happen because it doesn't belong on his it's not part of his property, right?
That's right. So
Yeah,
you can't do it by eminent domain?
no. Not as part of this project.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments in the public? Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing. All right. I think did you speak on this?
We're only having public comment for new speakers.
Right, for new speakers. No, so you can't. Sorry, thank you. Sorry, that's how a public hearing works. I'm sorry. I think you spoke on this item, didn't he? Oh, he left the room. Oh, so we will open back up. I'm sorry, you're right, you walked out of the room. Stella, do you want to? Yes, I'm sorry. You spoke on so many items, I forgot that you hadn't spoken on this one.
Sorry. Thank you for the nice meal. Chipotle. I recommend their vegan option. It's a little bit too spicy, a little bit too much chili.
Can you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry.
I recommend Chipotle's healthy version of everything they make, which has sofrito, which is tofu that's been treated.
Can you keep it to the item? Thank you.
I apologize. I'd like to speak about two subjects that the city's never considered. One is, excuse me, I gotta catch my breath. I used to run without doing this. I propose that the city do something that would help the creation of, first I want to say thank you so much for the careful attention you put to everything you've been dealing with. We're so lucky to have you all, and the staff is just amazing bunch of people. You are just, we're lucky. But I've seen the town change from the time I was 12 years old. My mom went to work at El Charro's, the second waitress, and Garcia put me to work washing dishes as a 12-year-old, but he paid me, and it was decent money. But anyhow, I've seen the town grow, and I've seen a lot of wonderful approach, thanks to people like you and the wonderful staff. But I want to talk about public benches in which senior citizens walking up from, say, the Chateau in Lafayette, behind the theater, there's a little uphill bridge. Those folks, by the time they get to the theater, they're winded and maybe building up their strength. I propose that Lafayette put public benches the design could be talked about as many places as possible, so that within every block, at least every 2 blocks, there'd be a public bench, and hopefully in the shade of a summer tree. That's one. But if you all want to choose from a variety of benches, I propose.
Do you have any comments on this actual project?
The project would be. I'm not talking about the project. This
is for public comment on the project.
I'm sorry. I said I'd like to talk about parks and benches, and then Mrs.
I'm sorry, this public hearing is about this particular project.
Oh.
So But thank you, I appreciate your comments, though. Public benches sound great.
Congratulations, Mr. Griggs. My tocayo, as they say in Spanish, almost the same name. He's marvelous. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, can we close the public hearing? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys, sorry. All right. Questions? I have one, okay, about the labor standard, what's that? Oh, the rebuttal from the pub, that's right, that's right. We haven't done one of these in a while. I know.
If we could ask Mr. Griggs to reiterate what he was saying from the audience without the benefit of the microphone with respect to the retaining wall for the record, that would be great.
Oh. Thank you.
Mr. Griggs, the applicant.
Yes.
This one.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Griggs.
You are welcome. So first in the question you had about the retaining wall, it's owned by Brian Moore. He's the one who owns the two buildings to the left of Terrace Way. He initially, when we showed him the plan that showed a new wall that was going to go 2 feet onto our property and actually take that roughly 2.5 feet of his property and make Terrace Way go straight up. Initially was open to it. He thought it would look better. I've actually got an email from him that says, I think the whole look of it, the entry will be much better. But then I think he changed, thinking that he possibly could stop the project's my guess. And so we just said, well, we can just construct our wall here, we'll get it entitled, and then once we're done, we'll come back and meet with you. My experience with Mr. Moore is he will be collaborative. I'm very optimistic that it'll make better for his entry, for Mr. Baird's entry, for the Lombardo's entry. The only concern, I think, and you may hear it, is maybe putting a speed hump or something in there just to try and stop that cut through traffic. Because right now, as I said earlier in my comments, it does serve as a little bit of a buffer and a narrowing point for people going up Terrace Way. But I know police and fire and first responders would certainly love to have something that was a little less unimpeded. It's a little tricky because his lower apartment, they actually pull almost a U-turn to park in angled parking spots downhill there. Mm-hmm. And so I think the concern is when they're backing out, that if people are going faster up and down Terrace Way, there could be, conflict. So, in regard to the sewer access, I'll reiterate, we will pay for any sort of modifications that are necessary for the Lombardo sewer. There is not an easement for that sewer, as the Lombardo family said, that they've owned it for a long, long time, and I'm sure it was a handshake agreement, which is great, and we'll do our best to continue to honor that agreement in a documented way. Much like we talked about the access to their carports underneath. And the plans that we haven't put anything formal together because we're still just getting it surveyed. We're pretty optimistic we can keep those 2 parking stalls in front of their building because the area that you pull into the garage shouldn't impact at all those 2 stalls. It's not a guarantee, but we will do everything we can because 2 additional parking stalls means 2 less people trying to scurry around and find parking elsewhere. I think those were the, one other thing. My distinguished colleague David, through either Gemini or OpenAI, said that the puzzle stackers do actually have the ability to provide EV charging. Somehow when they do move around, that technology already exists. And then to reiterate one of the comments that one of the council members made, we will absolutely meet, if not exceed, the required EV charging, just because it's a marketing and it's where the future's going.
Okay, questions?
Thank you for the follow-up. So I think it relates to the parking. There's some discussion from the Lombardos about a transformer structure that might affect the flow. Is that kind of what you're referring there to with respect to not losing those 2 parking spaces?
Yeah, the 2 parking spaces are actually, if you're facing their building, the transformers on the right, we see the access to their garage being next to the transformers, then on the left will be their 2 parking spaces. There's a chance there's some bollards that the prior owner of our property put in, and there's a hedge. That hedge provides kind of a delineation of those 2 parking spaces. I indicated we may have to pull that hedge back a little bit, but I think the majority of the hedge can stay, in which case those 2 parking spaces should be able to stay.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's a question for you, but the labor agreements and the subcontractors, how, does the city have any purview on any of that? Okay, right, that is just a
That's
purely,
purely between the private parties.
okay, thank you.
And I'm happy to meet outside and talk to you about it. We've used union labor and, on our current project down here, and I'm happy to see if we can make something work out.
Great, thank you. Right, any other questions? All right, so we will start, do we need, no, we don't need a break yet. All right, so we are still going, it's only 8:30, okay. Okay, so organizations of this part, I'm proposing that we kind of go through the staff report just to see if we agree with the staff's conclusions on the whole bunch of the subjects that were brought up. If we want to do that, or we can go directly to the resolution and see if there's any changes to resolutions or the COIs. So,
Yeah, I think we can go to the resolution because that addresses.
addresses all the staff things. That was my question, if we wanted to go straight to the resolution, if people are comfortable with that. Let me make sure I bring that up now. Okay, hang on. All right, straight to the resolution. Okay, so we've got why it is not, hang on, I have to reload the file. It is not opening for me. All right, 1 second. Give me a second here. Somehow when I opened all of those, my computer ran out of memory. There was a lot of big documents, but I can open them one at a time. I'm sorry. Okay, I've got everything open now. Okay, so we've got the resolution, and do we have any comments leading up to any of the whereases? Or do we go straight to the zoning ordinance?
Right, you just want to go through each section, kind of section.
Yeah, so let's go to the zoning ordinance first. Any questions there?
No.
Nope, okay, I didn't think so.
I would just notice the frequency of the phrase, "The city is required by law to grant the waiver."
Okay, yes, a lot of those. I guess the next one's a downtown design review.
Okay, under C.
Under the design review, okay.
Alex, it says at the ground level, landscaping will be provided, then on through.
Street
You
trees.
can say, take out on through and say including, will be provided including street trees, bioretention basins, and additional landscaping.
So do you have that? It's on page
There's
6
two
of the resolution.
prepositions together. It says landscaping will be provided on through.
Strike on through.
Yeah, and put in including, or whatever, something else you might suggest. And remind me of a question I forgot to ask. Bioretention basins. That's something that's in flux, right? We don't know exactly where it's going to be, or is there a pretty good idea of where the bioretention will be?
It is on the plans, the civil plans, so it is at the southeast corner of the project. So
in the street.
Terrace Way intersects the boulevard. It'll be just north of that, between the curb and the existing white fog line,
Okay,
which
yep.
delineates the area for neither travel lane nor parking. So in an area that's currently unused paving, that would come out and be put to bioinfiltration. Half of the capacity will serve the project, half of the capacity will serve the city and meet some or all of our obligations imposed on us by the Regional Water Control Board and the Clean Water Program from Contra Costa County. So we have green infrastructure requirements. This is helping on that.
Okay, and do you know how many square feet the bioretention is?
I don't, I would estimate it.
Okay, but half is for the building, half is going towards our additional requirement.
Correct, to treat municipal water that's running down the curb.
Okay, great, thank you. So nothing
Okay.
else on,
Nothing else on the design review?
I will say on D, just right below that, I thought staff comments about the, just the look of the building and the fact that it's broken up with balconies and terraces and plant and so on. I mean, it's a massive building, but I think echoing also to what, I mean, I know they're working on the Huff project, but what 210 Lafayette Circle looks like, I think those are well stated and appreciated that a massive building can look fairly utilitarian, and this one, I think it's well stated about how kind of just trying to break up the visual impact so it isn't just this monolith is definitely appreciated as a gateway project.
Correct. They were not required to do these things, and they did them, but so we appreciate it. All right. Okay, demolition permit? No tree permits? How about the grading permit? Major subdivisions. And the government code findings required for approval. So, okay, we're sounding pretty good on these. Great, okay, so that is the resolution. Now let's go to conditions of approval. We did have one change, right?
in 7.
In 7, correct. For the protected trees.
Right.
And it was supposed to go up to 36, I guess, protected trees? Is that what the,
Yes, that's correct.
okay, so up to 36. Was that the only change there? Was it that it went from 23 to 36?
And they're shown on sheet L 0.02.
Okay, so, all right. And L 0.02. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any other issues with the conditions of approval? No? Okay, so I guess we have 2 proposed changes. One in the resolution itself, and then one in the COA item 7. So do I have a motion?
Okay, I move the council adopt resolution 2025-33, finding the project exempt from CEQA and approving the project with the conditions of approval.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Nice staff report,
Yeah, nice staff report. It was great.
helpful. And Lombardos, if you want to reach out to me or any of us to explain how all the state laws affect our decisions, please do so. I'd love to talk. Yeah. Okay. So now we are going on to the budget.
Mayor, did we take a vote on that motion?
Yeah, we did. It was unanimous.
Okay.
But thank you for checking.
Philippe, can we put Narup up on the screen, I think, for now? She's unmuted. Narup, do you want your camera on?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Mayor, do we want to, we've been going since 6. Do we want to take a quick break?
Would you,
before we
oh, that's
start?
right, we've gone from 6.
I mean, I'm okay
Oh,
either way.
sure,
Just,
actually,
It's
do
better
you-
for mental health to walk out for a few minutes.
Yes, please. Okay, we will take a quick break and come back in
5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, thank you. We've got now our adopt the proposed budget and work plan.
Philippe, we're back in session.
Oh. Are we back in session?
I think.
Great, thank you. So we're on to item 14B, our budget.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I wanted to take a moment this year, particularly to really sincerely thank our community for their support in passing Measure H, the half-cent sales tax measure last November. The community's trust and commitment to the future of our city is truly appreciated, and the passage of Measure H has helped us to alleviate the budget challenges we faced last year, providing much needed stability to our financial outlook. As we committed during the campaign, this year's budget reflects a disciplined approach. It doesn't introduce any new programs or projects, but rather concentrates on maintaining our current service levels with only some minor adjustments. The primary focus remains on advancing the Council's priorities, and a table outlining the key tasks and timelines is included at the end of the staff report. Tracy will walk you through the details of the proposed budget and the budget requests, and both she and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go through a few highlights. I'm not going to read the whole manager's memo, which has a lot of details, but certainly available for questions. But a few of the highlights that I think are important are that for fiscal year 24-25, that's the current fiscal year, general fund expenses are expected to be about $2 million less than budgeted, but that's due primarily to projects that were deferred and which have been rebudgeted in the fiscal year 26 budget. And there were a number of staff vacancies because we had hiring freeze, so that contributed also to the savings, so to speak, in this fiscal year. But overall, for fiscal year 25-26, the general fund expenditures are only slightly higher than they were last fiscal year, and it does include full year cost for all authorized staffing. In fiscal, we still do not have a good accounting of what we expect Measure H is going to bring in. So for this budget, we are still using the amount that our sales tax consultants, which was $2.4 million for the year. That's what has been budgeted. Since the tax started in April, we will have about 3 months worth, so that's $450,000. We should be getting some information on how that actually came in the next several weeks. And then I will, as soon as we do have some additional information, I'll have the sales tax consultant come in who can talk in more detail about that. What else? Let's see. So basically, as the city manager said, this budget is pretty much a status quo budget. There are no new programs or projects. And the bottom line is that the 5-year model shows that at current spending levels, which are increased for inflation, the city will be able to maintain a relatively balanced budget over the 60% reserve through fiscal year 30. However, the model shows that there is little extra money and that the city will need to continue to exercise fiscal restraint and live within its means. And in that 5-year model, it's important to understand that in the out years, we do show some increasing deficits. However, I will caution that's not for alarm. The out years, just because their estimates become sort of less reliable than this year and the next year, is what we should really be looking at. So while there is a projected $4.7 million $4.7 million remaining above the 60% budget reserve, staff recommends that the council first consider funding future infrastructure maintenance before committing any of those funds to other projects or programs. We will be getting the results of that infrastructure assessment over the next few months. And we will be making some recommendations with the final budget in January. See, there are six budget requests. So we recommend that the council consider those budget requests tonight. And they are staging school buses at schools on red flag days, which would be approximately $20,000. Public Works assistance for evacuation route clearing. This continues a program that we started last year at a cost of $30,000. Reclassifying a current temporary position to a regular position, that would be an increase of only about $20,000. Replenishing the traffic common sinking fund, which would be $50,000 to fund some programs that I believe we have already had come in. The school board has also requested that the city take full responsibility and full cost for the crossing guard program. The city's already budgeted half, as was our agreement, for $120,000. So if the council decides to go forward and take on full responsibility, this would be another $120,000 for this year, and taking on full responsibility going forward. So I'm going to leave it at that, just to see if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions? All right, Carl. Vice Mayor.
I just want to confirm under budget highlights that, let's see, yeah, the second bullet include full year cost for all authorized staffing. So that includes the senior engineering position.
Yes, which we're actively recruiting now for all positions that were frozen.
Okay. And I noted somewhere in here that the compensation increase year over year budgeted is 5% from last fiscal year to this year. What's your estimate for the next fiscal year? I mean, was this an unusual? Was 5% unusual?
It's not unusual. That's
Okay.
about standard for that because
Okay, so you think the next year will also be 5%?
Correct, but overall with other expenses, the other expenses are increasing about 3%.
Okay.
So we have turnover as well, so it's not usually 5%. This was a year where we did our budget adjustments because we did our salary surveys, which we do in odd years. So yes, it might have been a little higher as we reset. So going forward, it's probably going to be slightly less than 5%.
Okay.
That was your question.
Yeah. And then on the next page, the first bullet, the third check down, when we approve this budget, are we approving the title change for our administrative director?
That is
We have to take
correct.
some other special action.
Nope, I think when you approve the budget, I will, well, I forgot to put in money for new business cards, but I think that's de minimis.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for now.
A question about the sales tax revenue estimate, because if we're looking at, I guess I'm just trying to understand the 450, that's for 3 months, right? April, May, June, right? Am I missing that?
April, May, and June, yes.
And so it's 3 million, we're estimating 2.4 million next year. Why is it not 600,000 this year then? Because it's 1/4 of the amount.
Because I did talk to the sales tax consultants about that as well, and sales tax doesn't come all in equal chunks.
That's right. Okay, so this is just a timing thing, so we expect for a trailing 12-month period.
Yes, because they also, they sort of, if I'm not mistaken, they will, they give us money up front, and then they actually true it up later once the figures come in. So this is just like what we would be sort of forwarded. in advance.
But this reflects an actual receipt?
No, this is not an actual receipt.
Just
This
the
is
check.
just their estimate of what it will be based on,
But what it will, well, what we will actually receive
that's
before
what their
June,
estimate of what we will actually receive.
before
450.
June 30th, 2026. I mean, we.
Got it. I understand.
we are on
Okay,
a-
it's just really just, yeah, got it. Okay,
Because I can,
that makes sense. Yes, that does make sense.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you. And by the way, Tracy, thank you for walking me through all this. It was very helpful to get some background on some of the details. I would like to follow up on Councilmember McCormick's question with respect to sales taxes and Measure H. Does the consultant have any sense as to when we get a pretty good read on what those figures might be? Is it like after the fourth quarter of this calendar year? Because I know that it's often a period where there's a lot of
So
sales.
when I spoke to her, she indicated that we might have some preliminary numbers in July.
Oh.
Preliminary in July, yes. But again, that will only be for that particular quarter. So it may or may not be indicative of the whole year because, like I said, the sales tax comes in not in equal chunks.
So we may not have a really clear sense of what Measure H is doing until about this point next year.
I would say, yes, we will have a very good idea this time next year. I'm hoping that we have a better idea, let's say by the time we do the budget update in January.
Okay. And with respect to that, as we talked, I gather the wild card in the budget, for this fiscal year is the capital piece, which we'll get clarity on when we do the mid-year adjustment. Is that?
So the capital assessment is really for deferred maintenance on our aging infrastructure. We do have what I expect that, and what we hired them to do was let us know how much money we should be saving each year towards deferred maintenance. My suspicion is that we are under reserving and that we might need to catch up, which would be a recommendation potentially for using that money that is over the reserve standard.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
and I just wanted to confirm, we've talked about the infrastructure assessment and how that will impact. We approved the work plans, and the work plans have two items there that impact the budget. One is the city manager looking for additional revenues, and that's noted. And so that will impact our budget discussion in January. And then the other item that's in the work plan is a concerted effort to look for additional efficiencies. And you anticipate that that will be reflected in the budget update or the final budget in January.
We will have more concrete ideas at that time. I will tell you that managers are always looking for efficiencies, but we can put them, on paper and let you know what we have been doing.
Yeah, just to make sure we're all on the same page, I totally agree that we're always looking for efficiencies. I think we're just looking for that little bit extra this time, because we promised it in the Measure H materials.
Okay, I have one last one. So in here, we're suspending GPAC. So are we suspending it, or are we going to disband it, or how is that going to happen? Yeah.
Clarify, because I had that in my note as well. I think it says there's no plans for GPAC for the next 12 months. I was going to follow up as well with
Yes.
okay, well, then let's just kind of,
What's the plan?
we're just saying termination notices every 2 weeks and of the meeting, and it makes more sense to kind of reframe it, I think, when when it comes back in as something different than what we need. So I would agree. I was kind of questions about that also.
Yeah.
So logistically, I think, like you said, it would probably be best to just suspend it for at least a year, so we're not having to send out those notices. We just reassigned the staff back, which is why you see some differences. For example, the staff
was reassigned, quote unquote, back to planning and design review and just planning to get the housing element done. So the bulk, I believe, of the expenses in the GPAC were for staff and for certain consultants, which we have moved also back to the planning department. So that's another reason why you see an increase. It looks like there's a year-over-year large increase in the planning department, but that's basically just moving the money from GPAC over. But yes, logistically, I haven't spoken to Mala, or I assume we were just going to suspend for at least a year and then reconsider.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
2 follow-ups on that, just to ask the city attorney to confirm that our obligations to enact or approve elements of the general plan, we have met those obligations.
Correct.
Okay, so all the mandatory elements are in place. And then a question for Greg. There are still 2 vacancies on the organization chart in planning. Would it be fair to say that if we're not able to fill those vacancies, that we'll be readjusting the work plan?
I think each year, the work plan is realistic but optimistic about, and we largely go in order of the priorities that the council has set. So would we be able to achieve everything that's on the work plan with the current staffing? No. Would we necessarily, I mean, we could, as part of the mid-year budget revise and evaluation in December, come back and identify things which will not get done. So we can do that at the mid-year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, open for public comment.
Rob Sturm.
Yeah.
Thank you, and my apologies. We had a work event here earlier today, and it then spilt over to the Metro for dinner, so I've been trying to shuttle back and forth here to be timely. So I first want to express my appreciation again for the ongoing partnership that the Lafayette School District has longstandingly had with the city, its staff, its city council. We really appreciate that, particularly on matters of community safety and common concern. With that in mind, I would once again, and I've been here previously on this topic, respectfully urge the council to fully fund the city's crossing guard program and take steps to evaluate its scope to ensure it remains well aligned with current traffic patterns, student safety needs, and community expectations. As you know, school crossings, especially at key intersections near our campuses, present real safety risks to young children. The presence of trained crossing guards makes a measurable difference. These guards are not simply helping the students cross the street, they are helping keep families safe on our city roads, easing congestion and reinforcing a culture of care and safety in our city. To avoid leaving the city in the lurch, our school board is preparing to vote on a new contract for crossing guard services later this week, following a full and fair RFP process. But again, I want to be clear, while the district is stepping up to ensure contractual continuity in the short term, this, in our view, ultimately is a municipal responsibility. And I would respectfully ask the City Council, consistent with the board resolution, to reclaim financial responsibility for this essential public safety service and provide the requisite funding for the year ahead. On behalf of the full board, we greatly value our shared commitment to the Lafayette community and look forward to continued collaboration on this and other important matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, no.
No other speakers in the community hall?
Great, thank you.
Unless you You want to speak, Mr. Lingane?
Yes.
Please come to the podium.
Let's not argue about the details. Thank you for the opportunity to address the city council again. My name is Peter Lingane. I live at 852 Ocampo Drive. And I want to talk tonight about the allocation of Measure H revenues. And I think Tracy and I have a philosophical difference, and I'd like to explain my point of view. So what the current budget does is it says that we are going to spend $1 million of Measure H revenues on roads, essentially, pavement maintenance. And we're going to spend $500,000 on police. And we're going to spend $900,000, if I get my numbers right, on other important priorities. My question is that really how we're spending the money? And it turns out that a year ago, we had a budget. This is before Measure H. We had a projected budget for 25, 26. And now we have a proposed budget for 25, 26. So what I think we should do is we should compare those two budgets, and the difference between those budgets will tell us where we're spending Measure H funds. There were no Measure H funds in the first budget. There are 2.4 million in the second budget. And what we find is that our spending on police and on roads is unchanged. We are spending $2.4 million more on public works, on administration, on planning, and on reducing the deficit. Now, I'm not arguing against those expenditures. I'm just saying that we're not spending Measure H on police. We're spending it on public works, administration, planning and engineering, and on reducing the budget. So what I suggest we do is we tailor what we say about how we're allocating the Measure H funds to the way we're actually spending the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no hands raised in our virtual audience and no further speaker slips for persons in the meeting hall.
Great. All right, thank you. So do you guys just want to go over the resolution or any other questions, comments, concerns?
Well, we have the budget is that what you're thinking? We go through the budget requests?
We can go through the budget requests,
Those would seem
yes.
to be I mean, if we agree on the baseline, then those would be the kind of the one things.
Sure.
Is there some other way to do it?
Okay,
Because those, I think, we require, each of those has staff reports and everything associated with them.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
So would it make sense that, I mean, we can assume the baseline or maybe talk about, is that where we want to be? And then there's the specifics of the requests.
Sure, those are both, yes, absolutely.
If I could, on the baseline, the thing I'm really conscious about is, and I've talking to Tracy about this, we've a 5-year projection, and I totally agree with the comment she made that when you get to the out years, there's a lot of noise in the numbers. We're sort of like looking at something where we're marginally off, but you get a change in an assumption that could go away, could be positive, could be more of a negative, we just don't know. And what I'm struck by is that, I mean, Mr. Lingane raised a good point with respect to how you allocate Measure H. Some of it to me is kind of a cost accounting question, which was not my favorite class in business school. But I look at if you pulled out Measure H from the equation here, we would be in a world of hurt. And I mean, I remember looking at this back in November or October, and it would have meant taking out likely a good chunk of the road improvement program. It might have been losing a police officer. There's all the positions that council froze last year would have stayed frozen. Mm-hmm. So to me, I look at the math and I figure that the baseline works because we had Measure H. And thanks to the voters for making that a reality. And we could at least talk through what we're thinking about going forward. The thing I'm super conscious of is this all works, especially if we look at one-time budget expenses, and the infrastructure or capital update coming up, to me, is going to be significant. I called it a wild card. It may be a big wild card, but I'm really conscious of adding on new ongoing programs, and we'll talk about that in a bit here. But I think we need to really try to respect what we said to the voters back in November and hold the line, or the baseline, if you will. That to me is really critical here, and be super conscious of any new commitments we're going to be making, because they could have long-lasting impacts that could go beyond the 7 years from Measure H. So that's some sort of my operating framework on looking at this, and I just thought I'd offer that.
Thank you. Good comments.
Yeah, I agree with that. But before we go forward, I think it would be useful to address Mr. Lingane's comments, just in case anyone is wondering about that. Because on one level, the only way really to address that is if you could have a counterfactual situation and Measure H had failed and we adopted a new budget, then you'd know where we were going to spend the money. But we don't have that counterfactual. So what we've got is what we said a year ago, and I brought last year's budget with us, where we said the expenses would be, and we budgeted as if it would pass, because we wanted to show what the deficit would be. And interestingly enough, the deficit, the revenues were 2.4 million short of what it would take to fund the budget that we approved last year. But Tracy, do you want to address this issue?
Yeah, so I think one important point is that the reason that this is not an apples to apples comparison, we used $2 million in ARPA funds last year to make the city whole. Had we not had that $2 million to make the city whole, we would have had to make cuts. So the issue is, if we had not had $2 million in ARPA, our road funding probably would have been $1 million less, so that baseline would have been less. The police, again, we would have had to make about 10% cuts across the board. The council never got to the point, we had some options for the council, they never adopted them, but considering that police is one of our biggest expenditures, we thought, a 10% cut would have been around 2 police officers. So again, I don't think it's really fair to say the budget last year versus the budget this year. We had extra funds. And that's what we told the residents. We could fund it. We wouldn't make cuts right away. So holding last year as the baseline is probably not the place that you want to sort of peg it. I did go through in a little bit more detail in the budget memo as to how we allocated these funds. Mr. Lingane's correct. The general fund is fungible, right? You can sort of spend the money on anything. One thing I did want to point out, so tracking the funds when those funds are fungible, say that 5 times fast, is difficult. So one of my criteria for when I propose this Measure H budget is that all of these funds are funds that actually get transferred from the general fund to other funds. So pavement management goes to the CIP, Fund 14. Stormwater goes to Fund 53, and so on. So it actually does make it very easy for us to know, for the auditors to know, and the oversight committee to know actually how much money is going towards those items, because they're being transferred from the general fund. So there's a finite amount of money that we can see going. And then they also align directly with what we identified as the main drivers behind the structural deficit that we had. So there are 2 things in line there that I felt made this actually easier for people to see where the money was going and was in line with where the structural deficit was coming from. And I agree with Councilmember Cervantes that I hated fund accounting too.
Thank you, and thanks for all the explanations. So that was overall in terms of where we want the budget to be. And I think we're all pretty committed to not, to being honest with the voters and do it with what we said we were going to do. I believe that to be true. So any other?
Well, just to put on, I'm happy with the budget that's presented, and I know we'll deal with the budget requests, but everything else I'm happy with. Great job.
I am also in agreement,
Agreed.
so yes.
That part is-
Once again, amazing. Okay, so do you guys want to go off onto the budget requests?
I think so. Actually, maybe before we start that, I just have a kind of a philosophical question or a question, because I agree with all that. I am interested in exploring how we accelerate the community center roof and HVAC project. I think, getting that, I know that's a big issue for us. I just don't know if that's what we want to wait and talk about that when we get the infrastructure report done, right? That would be in the context of that conversation.
Yes, absolutely, because we will be getting better information on that. And I believe that you are going to want to consider all of the infrastructure needs together as opposed to just one. No question that it's a big one. But I do believe you want to consider that in context with everything.
Do we also want to consider our known sinking funds that are not in balance as part of that?
That would be my recommendation.
Right, so it's not just infrastructure, it's the stormwater, it's the core, maintenance.
No, we didn't know, I'm sorry, I misspoke then. We don't have any more sinking funds for stormwater. That is exhausted. So that is not, that is going to be an ongoing deficit, as will the downtown. I mean, again, we can consider as part of our revenue raising as to whether or not we could get more money. That will be part of our considerations for additional revenues. But when we talk about the infrastructure assessment, it is really literally physical infrastructure.
So, but part of that conversation, can we include these other things and not just infrastructure in the January? I guess it's coming back to us for the
It's
January.
certainly your prerogative, yes.
I would like to hear about those things, just to make sure that we don't just assume the infrastructure things, but also these other sinking funds.
Can you just be more specific?
Stormwater and core
We
maintenance.
don't have any sinking funds.
I know, but
we have deficits,
That's what I
yes.
mean, deficits. Everything that
Okay.
we're running a big deficit on, right?
Yes.
That's a significant deficit to us.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be great. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So now budget requests?
Budget requests.
Okay. So budget requests. First one, staging school buses at schools on red flags days at $20,000. Thoughts?
I think that's one of our big concerns.
I
is
think it's
with, I think if you have a major wildfire coming through during the school day, I think any evacuation planning that we have can be completely thwarted with all the parents trying to get to those schools, going counterflow, because that's the most important thing, is to get the kids. So anything we can do to mitigate that seems to be money well spent.
Thank you, yes.
And I totally agree with that. It's our top priority, and figuring this out to take care of the kids on a red flag day and working with the school district to sort of come up to have a plan that works is, I think is really important.
Yeah, and the fact that they can go to any school, right? It's a red flag day. We've got the 7 buses and they'll be staged. And depending, I know we have 2 schools that are in higher risk, but if somehow something started by Burton Valley, they go there, right? So we've done this, Arinda did this first.
Arinda did, yeah.
And so we're following in Arinda's lead because it just seems like
It's a good model.
a good plan. Ready for us? Okay, great. So
Okay, and I just want to confirm it's 22,500.
it says 20K here, 22.
Correct, it's 22.5.
Okay, 22.5. All right, thank you.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you. And that is an estimate. If we have more than that many red flag days, right?
Yeah.
Then we have more.
My understanding is we're going to enter into a contract that will provide for up to.
I believe the city manager has more details.
Okay.
Uh-oh, we lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, this is an estimate of red flag days, and that's the amount which will be included in our agreement with First Student. If there are more red flag days, we will have to spend more money. But we don't anticipate that. Whitney who's our school bus program manager, has gone back to really assess the number of red flag days over the last several years, and we believe this is the correct estimate at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then to correct what I said, we're paying for actual days.
I believe we are,
per
yeah.
day.
Correct, that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Public Works Assistance for Evacuation Route Clearing. This happens last year. It's an extension of what we've already started. So how do we think about that?
Yeah, I just want to confirm, that's in the work plans we just approved, but it's not in the budget yet, is that correct?
I believe the work plan, Vice Mayor Anduri, included that as part of the police budget. It wasn't in Public Works, but the task itself was listed in the police budget. We tried to identify one department who would be primarily responsible for each of the tasks.
Okay, but we don't have the money for it in the budget yet.
We don't have the Public Works money in the budget. The money will go to the Public Works account, and they will help with that task.
It's more of a structural question than a specific on this one. Hugh.
Well, and I apologize to Mike for not asking this earlier today, but would they be clearing the same routes as were cleared last time, getting new, or there?
No, there have been new routes identified. Andy Comley with our police department has identified and worked with engineering to look at those routes. So they did 4 major routes last year. The Public Works portion of that is for us to provide the traffic control,
right.
while the crew is doing the pruning and the vegetation mitigation.
Okay, and what was the general consensus about the effectiveness of the program during the last year?
Well, overall, we liked it. We, of course, hope that it would keep an evacuation route free and safer should there actually be particularly a fire or any emergency where you've got to evacuate. There's also just better health of the trees and maintenance of the road, better shoulders and so forth. So there's some secondary benefits from just doing the pruning.
And roughly, how many linear feet or miles are cleared?
Yeah, it's a smaller program this year. Last year, they did portions of Happy Valley, Upper Happy Valley, long section on St. Mary's Road, and part of Pleasant Hill Road. But it's hit or miss. You can imagine Happy Valley, there were sections of that that were very dense, and maybe every property had some significant pruning or clearing and overhead clearance and side clearance. Whereas there were sections on St. Mary's Road where you could drive half a mile and maybe there was almost nothing and then have some. So it really is very variable based on just the trees along the sides of the road primarily, and some bushes and shrubs as well.
Okay, and final question. Is this something that you, based on the conditions of our roadways and the vegetation now, that we would do for the foreseeable future?
Yeah. You know, it's been a pilot. I would say that most people would prefer we did continue to do it. But, you know, we didn't do it 10 years ago.
Right.
And what we will continue to do and have done is send pruning notices or abatement notices to private residences, because technically they're responsible for their frontages, even if that tree is in the public right-of-way, like along the shoulder of the road. And that has mixed success.
Okay, thank you.
So I will say that was my question was kind of related to that was certainly for this one, so I can see for the school bus one, where this is a bit of a pilot. This is the first time we're trying it. We're going to see how it works and evaluate it. But if we did the evacuation route clearing last year, we're doing it this year. I was just wondering, should it just be part of our budget ongoing? Do we think we're ever going to be done with this, or like why is this a special budget request versus just being part of the standard budget? Because it feels like this is not going to get better, and by the time you circle around to all the other evacuation routes, Happy Valley's going to need it again or whatever.
I guess the thought is we try to get the residents to do it because most of these are on private property with a public easement, right? And we try to get, so how much is that is on city property versus private property for these clearings?
I guess the question is, does that matter?
It doesn't matter,
That was
right?
I think we just,
Right.
I mean, they need to be cleared.
Fair.
So I just don't know if that's
Okay, so just, all right.
I just don't know if it needs to be part of the standard budget, and why do we talk about it as a special thing?
Good, yeah.
May I address that, Councilmember McCormick? The previous year, not the last year, but the one, actually it's last year, we took money out of the public works budget. We hadn't accounted for this task. And so we diverted funds to this task because we thought it was important. I agree with you, at least in the foreseeable future, we're going to have to make sure that our routes are clear. And allocating a fixed amount every year as a routine matter would be, I think, the best way to go. And to add, Andy Comley did identify the following 3 routes this year: the western end of Spring Hill from Goyak to Spring Hill Lane, Mountain View Drive and a small piece of Mariposa, that's closer to the downtown, and Glenside, the northern section closest to the Stanley Middle School.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the impact is of that, just.
Yeah, so my comment, I got Confire to do a grant program, part of Spring Hill. But the stuff grows back. So to me, it's like, this is like street maintenance.
It is, yeah.
And
That's how I'm actually thinking about it. This is just the block and tackle stuff we have to do. And
Sure.
yeah, so it's just like, it's somewhat, we'll come up with a threshold number maybe, but I kind of think that this is the biggest issue. So providing clearance for some of these evacuation routes is pretty critical.
Yeah, but just to make clear, we're not doing the clearance, we're providing the traffic control.
Yeah.
And so Confire's agreed to do it for this next year, correct? Mike? And beyond this year, no, see.
We have to, I apologize. We do have to submit requests on a yearly basis. And if there is capacity, Confire will approve our request. And Andy has submitted that this year, and we will continue to keep that going in subsequent years. It's not automatic, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, so just to follow up on,
Okay.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, seems like something that's got to be built in. I mean, what happened in LA earlier this year, I think, has changed thinking about everything.
Yes.
And so we need to think about our part of it, but we also, I mean, we're not going to discuss it with Confire now, but we need to think about what happens if Confire just stops their program.
Yeah. And if I could interject, what the Confire guys told me is this is through Measure X. So Measure X has got a 20-year run rate. I guess we're maybe 2 years into it now. So that was their funding source for this kind of work. So they may change their priorities, but so far they seem to be intent on being responsive in this area.
Okay.
Because then the other way to look at it is, why are we only doing 30,000 per year? You know, if we have a risk out there that could be mitigated, should we be investing more? And I'm not suggesting we do that until we find out, we get our infrastructure assessment, but it's just something to keep in mind for the future.
Well, I view it very much as keeping the PCI up, or whatever.
It's like keeping the PCI.
That's how I'm thinking about it. Eventually, once we kind of get our baseline of getting everything kind of cleared up, and we just kind of have to keep it going year after year, but.
We'll see, my analogy to PCI is just as we did back in after 2012, is you spend big money to get it the way you need it to be, and then you spend to maintain. So,
And if we're reliant on Confire, that becomes, we don't have complete control of this program, so that becomes a little harder.
All right, so I think I'm hearing that we all support the $30,000, but it's, but room for improvement for next year, and, you know, taking advantage of this and putting it in the budget and trying to keep this happening. Okay, 3, reclassify the current temporary position to a regular position. So, any thoughts?
well, my thought is we get an enormous amount of value out of this particular employee, and making it a permanent position is money well spent.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes?
Agreed.
All right, so, okay, we agree on item number 3. Item 4, replenish the traffic calming sinking fund for 50K.
I think it was good. A question, there weren't many details in the staff report. I mean, do we have projects? I think I seem to recall the last time we had the conversation, we kind of ended, the requests and the budget kind of ended kind of more or less together, that there weren't too many big outstanding asks. Do we have our asks coming in now, or have we closed off the asking process because we don't have the budget?
Yeah, it's an annual process, and the way it works is we get applications by the fall. By the spring, we should have gone through TransCirc, which we have done. We have 2 specific projects that this ask would cover construction this summer. So if you fund it in July, you know, by September, we're going to build, in this case, probably speed humps on Glenside and Glen Road. And so 2 separate locations, that's all staff and TransCirc recommended funding this year. And this would cover that and potentially have some contingency. I believe there's about $10,000 left in the fund. We probably need about $50,000 to fund those 2 locations, those 2 neighborhood locations.
And do we expect this to be an ongoing ask as well? I mean,
So
it feels like you do at some point get done with it, but.
We do, but exactly what you just said. So we've funded several locations over the last few years. There's going to be less tolerance of speed humps, for example, and also we're going to have built up everywhere that they were maybe most likely needed. So we've already are receiving less requests. You know, maybe on an ongoing basis, you have 1 location throughout the city instead of 2, and maybe some years you have none. So it's a little hard to estimate, but I do expect it to drop down.
Right, I guess I just don't, because I think these one-off budget requests are not the right way to run a railroad, like as far as like, you know, you guys are the experts, we're deciding. So I think that's where I'm just wondering about things that should be in the normal budgetary process versus the one-offs. But this one, it sounds like if we are hitting the big tickets and that one may go down, then that's fine. I think this could be money well spent, so I'm not worried about it.
Well, Mike, but what this means is that we'll go into the next cycle, I think they're due in September, without money. We might have $10,000, but then you'd be back next year if we had requests asking for money to fulfill those.
That's correct. So we are sort of asking for it on a one-off basis. I mean, if you'd rather we put in a set amount that sort of caps what we could do per year and make that an annual operating cost, we could do it that way. I would say this one-off came about because we did re-up our traffic calming manual and the request process, and even sort of had a moratorium for a little while there while we were working out our safety improvements near school and working with some other neighborhoods. So we're getting back into it. 20 and 25 years ago, we had 3, 4, 5 different neighborhoods that added speed humps. We made residents pay for them themselves at that time. You know, we've since changed that program and said that may not be equitable, and you know, if they're needed, they're needed, and it is public infrastructure. So, you know, we agreed to fund them through this process, but also still make the neighborhood go through some hoops and make sure there's some consensus there of really wanting them. But we certainly could have, you know, a cap and an annual request at this time that's just set. But there may be some years we don't need any funding, or very little funding. Maybe it's a sign here or there that we can add, and it's not necessarily speed humps. So it's hard to tell. I do expect the request to diminish in the future because we will have completed many neighborhoods.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of approving this. And then we'll see what kind of applications you get in September, October, and then we'll know the infrastructure analysis. And then, if appropriate, you could address it with a more longer-term plan, more long-term plan for the final budget. Because I agree, if we establish just a replenished sinking fund, if we think this is a good thing to do, which I do, then we need to have some assurance for residents that if they come up with legitimate purposes that are approved by TransCirc, that the money's going to be there.
All right, so I'm hearing we are in agreement that, okay, so item number 4. All right, item number 5, the crossing guards.
So I think the question I would have is, the staff has recommended not doing it, correct? Or kind of keeping, I guess not doing it, keeping it status quo.
Keeping status quo, yes.
And the reasoning was just because of the budgetary, kind of the impact on the budget?
It's the impact on the budget, and we also feel like it's been this way for many years, and it's, frankly, staff feels like it's a fair split between the two.
Any other comments?
So I've thought about this one, had a good conversation with Rob on it too. The more I reflected on this, it's like, this is an extra program with an ongoing commitment. So over the life of Measure H, 7 years, at an additional $120,000, it's like $800,000 out of Measure H. It's kind of the way I'm looking at this, and ongoing. Because I think once we do everything, we're doing everything. I don't see how you go back from that. And so I'm kind of leery of making that commitment, especially now. We don't even have a clear idea of what Measure H is going to be. We'll have a better idea a year from now, but I feel like we're kind of like driving on the freeway with the parking lights on in terms of like our visibility, in terms of the future finances here. So I'm really not into the thought of increasing our in on this. We're already at the 50-50. I agree with the district in that they've got their financial situation, and if they go for a parcel tax, I'm sure we're all going to support like we did Measure T. But I feel like I don't feel comfortable enough to make a commitment like that, which is going to be ongoing, and where we don't have clear visibility, I think, on what our future resources are going to be. I think it's a leap beyond where at least I feel comfortable at this point.
Okay, all right, any other comments?
Well, I think this is a very hard one. I don't think the city should take over the contract. We don't have the staff to administer it. That's very clear. I don't think we should commit for the full life of Measure H. We shouldn't be doing anything beyond this year until we get a clearer picture of what our infrastructure needs are. But I think we're in a situation where the school district is having to cut items. And I would be in favor of actually for this next year increasing the amount that we pay, even up to the city paying an additional $100,000, $220 out of the $240. The school district administer the contract and but the city pay the bulk of it for this next year until we get a better picture. I mean, it's clear, it's 1 year only. I know we said that with respect to going above the 100,000, and now we've got an additional 20,000 baked in. I see you.
Side eye.
But I think given where the school is, where the city is, I'd be in favor of doing that for this next year.
For 1 year.
You know, I like the current model. It feels like a joint responsibility kind of operation, I will say. I understand the city. I mean, I know the school district is scrambling for funds and concerned about parcel tax going out. My preference would be to keep it like it is for now, and if a partial tax goes out and another Measure T happens and they don't have it, we would then step up. My worry is once we increase it, it's almost impossible to decrease it. We can say it's one time now, but next year, all we'll see is we did 200, whatever, 220 this last year, and now we're cutting. So it's hard to roll back. So I don't know, that'd be my concern on that.
All right, so in my head, I was thinking we could increase some. I wasn't going to go all the way to the full amount.
I was going to 220.
I know, you're going for it. Yeah, it is a really tough one. I'm really thankful that Mala was able to pull up the code that says it's not required, because that was unclear for a while. Looking at all the other cities, basically the split is the majority of the other cities. And so we're not an outlier in any way. We're not asking them to do more than what other cities have done. I think managing it would be ridiculous. I think that's an awful idea for us to manage it. And it would probably be even more than the 120 extra, right?
Absolutely.
And so I struggle with it. I hope the best for the schools. I think that you are going to try to go for, I've heard, a partial tax next year, and we'll be right there with you, fighting for it, because we always do that. And so, yeah, this year, I don't know how to do this cleanly and then change it. It'd be easier for us to change it if for some reason this partial tax doesn't go through, right? That would be a no-brainer, right? Yeah, I don't know how to do what you're asking, Carl.
Well, I mean, I see how we can do it. I can understand concerns because we sat here 3 years ago and raised it. Actually, we raised it to 140 on a one-year basis. And then we're at 120, but it would be, rolling it back to 100, which was the original agreement, would be virtually impossible to do at this point. So I can see that, but I can also say, okay, for this next year, we'll put in another 100,000, see what the school's situation is, because they can use the money right now. But it's 1 year only, and the understanding is our maximum for the next year would be 120.
The situation a year from now won't be any different if the partial tax is.
It's the end of next year, right? Yeah. They won't know. Nothing's going to change. It has to be a 2-year commitment.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's right, because nothing will change other than things will probably get worse over the next 12, 18 months.
So are you comfortable with a 2-year commitment?
Yeah, well, I would be comfortable with the 2-year commitment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Any other thoughts?
Would it be the understanding that it would go back down if a partial tax passed, or how would you manage? I just don't. I'm just worried about just to do the math, right? If you're going up 100, 120 a year, this is forever. This is the next 10, 20, 30 years, right? So it just feels like, I'm just kind of putting the money aside, like it feels like a program that is properly done as a joint effort between the schools and the city. And I actually worry, frankly, it's like the school is managing something that we're contributing 100% of the budget to seems weird to me as well. There's no accountability. There's no and even 20. So I think, this makes sense. We both have skin in the game. We both, are eager to make it as efficient and lean as possible because we save money. So that's my only kind of, I don't feel comfortable turning over $250,000 and having somebody else manage it. Actually, I'll tell you, that doesn't feel good either. I don't know. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but those give me pause.
Yeah, I like the model where it's a shared responsibility. School districts managing it, doing a good job with that. We're kicking in money, but to use your phrase, we both have skin in the game. We're both, incentives are aligned. I would not want us to be running this program. And it would be, if we're doing 80% of the funding and not running it, that seems kind of a mismatch too. Incentives to me would be less aligned. I don't know. I get the situation the school district's in. This is part and parcel of why we supported Measure T. My concern is like if we up it along the lines that the vice mayor is suggesting, how do you go back down again? I mean,
Right.
I don't know. It's like once you eat the apple, it's like you don't want it to stop.
Right, and we made a commitment to our voters not to do that, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think,
No, I can see that,
Yeah.
that making a six-figure addition be, well, I'll go along with what you're doing, but is there some way, I mean, I don't have, you're on who's on the joint school?
I am,
Okay.
the school bus,
Have
yeah.
there been, oh, not the school bus, but the school committee?
Yeah, yes, I am
Okay,
also.
that we can have more discussion about, are there alternative ways to provide this service at a lower cost? I don't know if we've been looking at that.
Not that I'm aware of.
I'm wondering if we can
If
do
there's-
that over the next 6 months.
Oh, somehow get another revenue stream for that?
Not a revenue stream, but seeing if there's a less expensive way to provide the service. 'Cause I don't know if
I don't know. It
we've
feels,
looked at
look,
that.
I don't know. We should both, I mean, we
Because
both should be.
again, if we're putting in
interested.
half, and we should be, and I take your point about be funding it, they'd be managing it. Have we asked the district, is there something we can do together with you to seek out a less expensive way to provide this service?
Sure, we sure could. As always. I don't know if there is a way, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm really not qualified to say. I don't know if there's a silver bullet out there. I mean, you got to pay people, and it's people. So the cost is going to be, I would think, kind of fixed. Yeah, you're trying, I respect you're trying to bridge a
Well,
gap
I'm,
there on the district side.
maybe what we approve is 120,000, because the concept has been 50/50. But for the next year, we approve 120,000. If there's a cost saving, basically the district gets it.
What? I'm sorry.
Sir?
Oh, and if we get it cheaper than the school would,
We still pay 120.
20,
Yeah,
And the school gets the savings.
sure.
sure.
Sure, I mean, I think that's fine. I do kind of worry that it isn't just a numbers game. We want so many crossing guards per school, and we could save money by cutting crossing guards. I'm not, that's fine. I'm happy if we want to just revisit this in 6 months, and we have the schools committee be whoever is, who is on the schools?
I think it was Gina and I.
Okay, so maybe the mayor and the new council person or whatever,
Right.
one of us can be tasked
Yeah.
with actually, so maybe make it more broad, okay? Because I think this is like, I think we should look at this, okay, I think I talked about this last year. We should look at this project more holistically, figure out what the controls are, figure out what the budget is, figure out if we're getting the right bang for our buck. It's $250,000 that both these organizations are spending, which is like a lot of money. So maybe if we can have the subcommittee of the schools and the school district come together, and we would be open in 6 months to looking at a increase, given the recommendations that the subcommittee would come back with.
Okay,
So in the mid-year budget,
Mid-year, but not now.
Well, we wouldn't be looking at increase, we'd be committed to our 120,000.
That's all.
of course, of course.
Yeah, we're committed to the 120 for sure.
Right.
Yep.
But we're not committing to an increase now, but we'd have to see what the recommendations would be like. I don't know. That feels a little better. At least we can give a better analysis of it.
Okay,
I'm thinking long-term. What does it look like over the next 10, 20 years?
sure. All right, so for item 5, we will take staff recommendations for item 5. Okay, so do we have a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-34?
Do we have an obligation to bring this back at the next meeting?
Did we?
Oh, continue to June 23rd.
Okay, yes.
Yes,
We
sorry.
do have an obligation to bring it back to the next meeting because it will be it's the advertised
Yeah.
public hearing. But so we can just bring it back at that public hearing and then you can officially adopt.
Okay.
Okay, so
Do we need a motion or just discuss?
Motion to
Motion to
continue.
Okay, motion to
Move we
continue.
Continue this to the June 23rd meeting.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, so next is items moved from consent. So what's that?
Do we act on this?
Oh, is that not part of this?
I don't know.
The recommendation for the change of title of Administrative Service Director.
I think you had clarified earlier
It
that
was-
it was already in the budget.
Right.
When you approve it, it's zero cost. I want to point that out. So you don't have to necessarily take,
Well, congratulations.
So the
really the same
Oh, it's
thing.
got to wait till the 23rd. So the organizational chart, that'll be revised later. You
I'm
weren't,
going to revise it. It's
that's
really
not the
just-
proposed
Just a
organizational.
title change. Wasn't
Just a
my-
title change. Thank you. All right, item 15, we are pulling the minutes.
Sarah Lind asked to pull the minutes. Sarah, I've pulled you into the meeting, and she has literally a very small change.
Okay.
I sure picked the wrong meeting.
I'm so sorry.
Very sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay. You have nothing to apologize for. It just underscores, the work that you do, which I'm very grateful for. So I haven't asked for a correction to the minutes, and I actually just tried to email it earlier in the week, but was advised I need to bring it up today. And do you want me just to tell you what it is, or?
Yes, please. That'd be great.
Okay, so it's page 11. It's in reference to my comment that I gave during the last meeting. The specific in the minutes, it shows where were you when inflation skyrocketed with prices up 20% from 21% to 23%, but that is not actually correct. It should say from 2021 to 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Joanne, all right, Joanne has it and she can make the change. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you take public comments on this? Yes. All right. Open for public comments. Sarah, you're good.
No other public comments. I did have an email from David Bertie, and he wanted a word changed, and it said "nigh" from "nay," one word, and I think we can make that.
I think we can make that change as well.
Okay.
All right, do I have a motion to adopt the minutes as revised?
So moved.
Yep, I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, so now we've got our council member reports on activities and considerations for future.
I have a couple things. I'm sorry.
Sure,
I know it's
no problem.
late. The first one, it's just an item for discussion, would be SB 79, which is the bill that's sponsored by Scott Wiener. We've already opposed it as a committee or as a council. It passed the Senate last week by a 1-vote margin. Our state senator did vote for it, but it was a close thing. There was apparently 18, 19 votes in favor, and the pro tem, they had to pause the vote, had to go kind of wrestle up some more votes, but did pass by 1 vote more than needed. Needed 21 to pass, and got 21. It now goes to the assembly. It has been, there was a little, when we first talked about it, it wasn't, I think things have changed, but it wasn't represented exactly correctly, and it's quite concerning. And if I can, I have a sheet that I brought, or we could put that on the projector and show it. I just wanted to kind of show what it's about.
Philippe, we're going to use the overhead. There you go.
Down. So what it is, it's a little confusing because it talks about tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 transit stops. I think we thought we were kind of exempt, but we're not. We are tier 3 stop. What that means is that from BART, a quarter mile from BART, we are going to be, everything will be upzoned in a radius circle to 80 units per acre. A half mile out, it will be upzoned to 60 unit per acre minimum. That is before density bonuses. And so this all goes all the way from Brook Street in the south all the way to, a half mile into Happy Valley to the north. This would be completely upend our entire housing, kind of plan we're talking about, because we just saw what we just approved for 1001. That was at 60 units an acre, right, minimum. And we just saw a 7-story building with 90 units and whatever. And so that could happen on Brook Street if SB 79 passes. Plus, it also actually, in addition, which is kind of hidden in there, it allows BART to have complete control over a BART lot, which means not only do they get 120 units an acre minimum, but they have it doesn't have to comply with any objective standards at all. It's just they can do whatever they want without even talking to us, apparently. So it is a significant bill that would dramatically affect Lafayette. So I have 2 requests. One is that we send an additional letter, specific letter to Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, our Assembly member, asking her to oppose this. I also have a request that we work with the councils or the groups in Orinda and Moraga. Orinda has this exact problem around the Orinda BART station, and Moraga, of course, does not, because they don't have a transit stop, but they have to evacuate through our 2 transit stops. And if you do the math, just the math on this, even at a 25% kind of utilization on this, you're talking about 4,000 housing units in the yellow zone that could be added if it all worked. So it's a big deal, and I think we need to do kind of a full court press to make sure that it does not pass the Assembly.
Thank you. Okay, good.
I think this applies to land owned or leased by a transit agency.
It does not.
No.
It was actually, I don't know if Casey, he's so smart, it was a misstatement or misunderstanding.
Right.
It does not, actually.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
It does not.
That's a big deal.
So it does because my blue thing does, but it absolutely does not. And we confirmed it with Casey. We had an email exchange with him, I forget if you were on that, or late last week, that it is, no, it's just any land. It's any land owned by, within a certain radius of the transit stop.
Right, and the other thing that was missed was that the whole 15 stops, and it doesn't affect this part.
Right, so the issue is, that's what brought us down to a tier
Right.
3. So the way, they did make a change, which we thought got us out of it.
Right.
Basically, they talk about an urban transit county now has to have 15 or more transit stops. Contra Costa County has 12. So we thought, oh, great, we're not an urban transit county. What they did was they knocked us down from tier 1 to tier 3. Tier 1, the whole thing would have been it would have been 120 and 100. It would have been much more than this. But it's still, for tier 3, bad enough. So I think we really need to, kind of pull out all the stops. Because, actually, I have no idea how the governor will vote on this, frankly, right now. But if we can just stop in the Assembly. We should note that apparently this is Scott Wiener's 4th attempt to get this kind of bill through the Assembly, and it's died the other 3 times, but he's got us over the line in the Senate this time.
So if I could, that was maybe good
Anyway,
timing.
that's my request, if we're okay with that.
Right, I was just going to ask if we could move it to a future agenda item, which I think is the request for.
Well, not really, because the Assembly votes within 3 weeks. And so that's why I wanted to talk. I don't know how to deal with that, but I'm just a little worried about waiting too long before
Well, we already have a letter in opposition, right? And so the easiest thing to do, and not even bring it back to this, is to resubmit those, right?
Well, you can't take any action tonight.
We can't take any action, that's right.
So it was my understanding that you wanted to bring this back because it's under the discussion. Is it under the discussion for future agenda items?
Well,
Or you were
yeah, it
just
is.
Bringing
I
it
just
up
wanted to
as
bring
a
it up
report?
for a public record, and I will do everything I can on social media and whatever to get the chamber voted today to send a letter to our Rebecca with this. So anyway, it was just more to kind of bring it to our attention, because I think this thing kind of came a little bit out of left field, because we thought we were kind of had dodged a bullet, but we did not dodge a bullet. Or maybe we did, but it's still there.
Okay, but when is the Assembly voting?
3 weeks.
Okay, so we could put it on
As
the
I understand
agenda.
it. A minimum, we probably should, we should do that probably.
Yes.
For the June 23rd meeting.
Perfect.
Great, thank you. I do have a couple other just
Sure, go ahead.
more fun things, if we don't, or whatever passes for fun. I did, with the Mayor gone, I did attend our wildfire roundtable last week in Orinda. This was sponsored by Senator Tim Grayson, a phenomenal event. It brought together, I mean, I don't even know, there were 15 different organizations from around the county, all our different fire districts. The cities were there, East Bay Regional Parks, East Bay Mud, the San Ramon Valley Fire District. A bunch of them came together to talk about fire safety. And it was a very well-run meeting for that many people, hour and a half. We all got together. Senator Grayson's vision is to actually have a master plan around fire protection that kind of encompasses and includes all the different agencies kind of within his domain, and then potentially work with the insurance companies to see if having the master plan can result in some sort of, better insurance outcome. So incredibly productive meeting for an hour and a half for that many people. I was very impressed. And I think we should monitor it and keep it rolling, because it was a very good, very, very good meeting.
Is there any record or minutes or anything of that?
That's a good question. His staff did document that, and he's going to be sending that out to presumably the city manager. So hopefully we can get that. But yeah, it was very, very well done, and long overdue.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so very quickly, I was able to come back and do the mayor for the day last Friday, and I want to thank you, Chief Williams, for participating, and Tracy and all the other staff members. That we had a really great day with a really interesting and engaging young Sean, and it was just very fun for everybody who was involved. So we also wanted to bring back, I know it won't happen for the time for this appointment, but a firm process around future appointments, because I think there are some things that we could nail down how we do future appointments. And since they're coming so often, I would be okay with getting a real process around it. So if that could be brought up, I know not until after the appointment, because it would not apply to this one. I think, is that it? And we are ready to adjourn, but we want to adjourn. And Carl, do you want to bring this up?
I suggested to the mayor that we adjourn in celebration of longtime Transportation Circulation Commissioner and former Citizen of the Year, Lynn Hadane's 90th birthday today.
Today. So, yay, go Lynn, thank you. All right, so we are now adjourned. Thank you.